Bana, Tan, Kami, Sama, Bana, Tan, Onan, Gao, Sekas, Tan, going full tilt, Sekas, Halo, what a brick. Look at this, a bit of life, we said, Halo, gangs. Pero ba na kami saan going full? What's up? Maybe answer this. I go watch, is Shivering Isles the best DLC ever? I'll go eat. German game sucks.
So, is Shivering Isles the best DLC ever? That's a very big claim. Even if we just stay in Bethesda or Bethesda adjacent territory, there is serious competition. Point Lookout could be mentioned. Old World Blues is incredible too, and I've talked about its often overlooked horror aspects in one of my videos. Far Harbor, I think, is one of the strongest DLCs out there, full stop, and there are others that could be mentioned as well, so I think plenty of people could say, actually, I don't think Shivering Isles is the best ever, but many do. One thing I can say at this early stage of the video is that I do think Shivering Isles belongs in the running very comfortably, and for a lot of people it still wins it. The argument for it has not really weakened with time. Over the years, people were popping up on game FAQs, old forums, Reddit, all over the place, calling it the best DLC they had ever played, or at the very least, Bethesda's best expansion. Heck, I remember friends of mine saying it to me in the wild when I was much younger. Shivering Isles is remembered very specifically for being refreshingly weird, very substantial in a content sense, funny, atmospheric in spades, and ironically enough, very coherent for a piece of content centred around the idea of madness. It definitely clicked with players, me included, so I wanted to give answering this question a go and see if there was some way to unpack whether there's a case to be made for it actually deserving the accolade of best DLC ever. I'm also going to make a quick note here of sources. Obviously, aside from playing through the entire DLC again as a primary source, I have made extensive use of the UESP and the Elder Scrolls Wiki to fact check and make sure I didn't miss details, as well as to source some background lore. Beyond that, I checked out interviews with the devs,
Aye.
promotional material,
nice,
and
yes.
old gaming press articles, as well as interesting discussions on forums. Later in the video, when I reach the sections I've just mentioned, I'll cite the sources directly. As for the UESP and the wiki, you can generally expect that those have been used to ensure I'm not talking complete nonsense throughout the rest of the video. Though I may still miss something, which I'm sure you'll tell me in the comments. Anyway, before we crack on, I want to thank the channel members and Patreon supporters in particular for
yeah?
helping make these videos possible, and I would massively appreciate a like, share, subscribe, hype, etc.
I like this
if you enjoy
video
my stuff.
or this channel.
Every little bit
Shades of
genuinely
Slay.
helps more than you know.
Nakikita
so
sa iba
thank
sa
you.
des.
Anyway, with that said, let's get started.
Shades of Slay and
What I want to do
Oblibo.
here is go
No.
through the entirety of Shivering Isles, all of the main quests, all the side quests, and a few other bits and pieces, and use that full tour to answer the question posed by this video. Because, you know, if we're gonna put it in the running for the best DLC ever, it needs to survive more than a vibes-based surface level nostalgia trip. It starts off strong. From the very beginning, it very clearly signposts exactly what sort of experience it's going to be, and it does so
It starts off strong. Literally the fucking triple head of like the Daedric Prince Sheogorath. Yep.
with a wonderfully quirky sense of theatricality. A strange door appears in Nibbin
Oh,
Bay.
quirky.
Or is it Nibin? I've heard it pronounced both ways. We'll go for Nibbin Bay. You get the notification to go check it out, and of course, you will immediately decide to investigate. Who could resist? It's a brilliant hook. When you get there, you find a guard and people milling about.
Gaius Sprinters.
The guard will explain that some people have already gone in and have returned, behaving like total weirdos. Some haven't come back at all. Ominous. While you're standing
Weirdos.
there chatting, another person
You come into Sheogorath's like fucking portal, you come back as a Redditor. Milady.
returns through the door.
Nice.
Bell mind your left.
Nice.
He rants and raves, starts attacking, and then gets put out of his misery by the guard. Once he's dispatched, a voice proclaims,
I'd steer clear, sis. Unworthy, unworthy, unworthy. Useless mortal meat, walking bag of dung. A nice effort, though. Shame he's dead. These things happen. Bring me a champion. Rend the flesh of my foes. A mortal champion to wade through the entrails of my enemies. Really? Do come in. It's lovely in the Isles right now. Perfect time for a visit.
So, some strange voices looking for a champion.
Palom.
Is that
What a
you?
palom,
There's
Sheogorath.
only one
Nice.
way to find out. I
There you go
should
in.
point out, of course, that if you already completed Sheogorath's Daedric Shrine quest in the base game, you may already recognise his voice. If doing this beforehand, of course, you wouldn't know who it is. Another little side note, pleasingly, if you complete Shivering Isles before Sheogorath's Daedric Shrine quest, you'll get alternative dialogue when you get around to it.
Really?
Love that attention to detail. Anyway,
Oh,
one
we
of the
don't even get to,
reasons
like,
this
hear
opening works so well, I think, is that it feels mythic and otherworldly without being overblown. It is just a door. It's a weird door, obviously, but still a door. There's no huge army pouring through at the outset, no screaming apocalypse bearing down in Cyrodiil to water down the effect of the Oblivion Crisis, because of course these things happen every day. There's no gigantic expositionally nightmarish preamble, rather the mysterious otherworldly invitation ringing in your ears. The storytelling device is basically of the door being used simply as a threshold, with, of course, hints as to dire consequences for those who have been curious enough to pass through it.
It's so funny. It's so funny that like the head of Sheogorath is just like literally just like the model like basically like imposed into each other and then like baked in to have like a separate like portal thing, because you can tell like there's the same teeth and the same upper teeth here, and it's like separated from the mode of the down, so this is a whole last face that's like baked in one after another.
thresholds are important in fantasy, not knowing what's on the other side. You could look at Narnia, for example, going through and ending up in an entirely different world. The implication for the player here being that we know already instinctively that thresholds can lead to places completely alien, where the rules are completely different, so that's pretty tantalising. And that is exactly what happens here. You go through a little bit of a transitory phase with crossing the threshold itself, of course, because this is where we get our first little glimpse of two of the DLC's other strengths: characterization and use of setting. You enter a weirdly normal looking little room, you meet Haskell, and you have a conversation about entering the Shivering Isles.
Haskell.
He introduces himself as Sheogorath's Chamberlain. Chamberlain, by the way, according to Google, is a high-ranking official who manages the household of a monarch or noble. He goes on to explain a bit more about your invitation through the door. Sheogorath, the Daedric Prince of Madness, needs a champion to help him out with a pesky little cataclysm that's on its way to his realm.
The expansion!
Obviously, you're not told absolutely everything just yet.
The expansion after
just
Wrath!
For you to decide whether to forge ahead or turn back and return to good old normal Cyrodiil. Haskell is an absolutely brilliant character, by the way.
No.
He is dry, controlled, very plainly disdainful towards you, and even his master, Sheogorath, at times. And funny in large part because it seems as though he is only barely able to tolerate the absurdity around him. He is the perfect counterweight to Sheogorath, who you will of course be meeting later, and the writers were thankfully clever enough to know the narrative needed that counterweight. Madness as a theme would be, I think, hard to sustain if there's not a foil for it. Haskell serves that purpose perfectly. If you accept Sheogorath's offer, Haskell will inform you that you need to make your way to New Sheoth to meet with him. After a brilliant visual of the room literally fluttering away, we get our next quest through the
Literally
Fringe of
fluttering
Madness,
away.
which is another good choice in terms of the storytelling. You're still not getting everything at once. To enter the Isles properly, you have to deal with the gatekeeper at Passwall, which is such a clever early obstacle because it works on multiple levels at once. On a simple technical level, if we strip away all the bells and whistles, it is a boss gate, an obstacle to overcome. Narratively, it is a taster for you as the player to get acclimated to how things work in this new realm, to sort of dip your toes into the madness, via the little story around how to actually deal with the practically invulnerable gatekeeper. And it is a very strange quest, very out there when compared to the usual Oblivion fare. Excellent for getting you ready for what's to come. Anyway, happily, there are a couple of routes you can take to achieve your goal of getting past the gatekeeper. Realmina Verenum, who you can encounter in Passwall, is what she considers to be the gatekeeper's mother. If
Oh look, it's
a mother
Realmina.
is someone who used necromancy to stitch together a horrific child. You can use a speech disposition check on Nanette Dawn, another Passwall
fucking
resident,
Nanette.
and discover that Realmina's tears can be used to poison the gatekeeper and make it vulnerable.
The
She
gatekeeper's
also
flawed.
mentions that Realmina
Her
gets
tears
very
hurt
weepy
him.
when visiting her child, which she does daily at midnight. There's a fun little stealthy encounter where you eavesdrop on this, and if you're careful, you can get a hold of a handkerchief dropped by Realmina, which gives you access to the tears. On the other hand, obviously, you're not the only person wanting to get past the barrier and reach the Shivering Isles proper. So you can have a chat with Jared Iceveins, who will let you in on a secret. The bones of a fallen gatekeeper can be used to make arrows that the current gatekeeper would be vulnerable to.
Oh.
Handily, the remains of fallen gatekeepers are nearby in the comfortingly named Gardens of Flesh and Bone. Assist Jared in collecting the bones, he will fashion the arrows, and you can take the monstrosity down.
Oh, damn.
With that out of the way, you're then left to choose whether to enter the Shivering Isles through the Mania or Dementia side, and this is where the DLC makes another of its strongest opening moves. It immediately offers you what is, on the face of it, a confusing choice. You can't know if you're locking yourself out of one of the other routes at this stage, which is actually quite tantalising. Lockouts, or the idea of lockouts, can be counterintuitively enriching, I think. You don't really know why the place is split like it is, but it is. And far from being window dressing, mania and dementia are governing principles shaping architecture, lighting, colour palette, mood, characterisation, politics, and quest design. From here on, almost everything in the expansion riffs on a division between the light and the dark, ecstasy and paranoia, exuberance and rot. That split is one of the reasons the place feels so rich. If the entire expansion
That's
had
so
been
crazy.
simply one big slab of look how bonkers this is, it would have worn thin pretty quickly, I think. The two emotional registers to move between gives it a lot more depth. Mania is lush, autumnal, extravagant, almost storybook in places, whereas dementia is claustrophobic, suspicious, mouldering, and genuinely eerie at times. Pete Hines said in an official
because it's
interview way
dementic,
back in
that's why.
2007 that Mania drew on Alice in Wonderland, while Dementia was intended to feel more paranoid, twisted, and slightly frightening. From a best DLC ever angle, we're off to a strong start. In the space of 2 quests, it gives you an unforgettable hook, one of Bethesda's best supporting characters, an iconic early boss, a completely distinct aesthetic identity, and a proper curiosity-piquing glimpse at a larger world built around psychological duality. So, whatever door you choose, you're on your way to New Sheoth to meet the legendary Sheogorath, voiced by the wonderful Wes Johnson in inimitable fashion. Arriving at his palace, Sheogorath explains a bit more
Sheogorath.
about the cataclysm that
Sheogorath.
the Isles are facing. An entirely opposing concept is bucking up against the realm, order versus chaos, and you are key to dealing with it. You have been chosen to stop Jiggalag, the Daedric Prince of Order, from carrying out the Grey March, an apocalyptic event that completely resets the Shivering Isles at the end of every era, turning the chaotic and mad realm into a place of silent, dead order, forcing Sheogorath to rebuild it every time. It's
Oh.
brilliant. As I've said, you're just dipping your toes into madness and suddenly the forces of order are on their way to subvert it completely. Just to expand on something I touched upon earlier, it cannot be overstated how much I appreciate the voice work of Wes Johnson here. He is a treasure, and this is probably up there as some of his most iconic work. Anyway, with that, the main quest moves into Zidillion with a better mousetrap. Zidillion is effectively an old dungeon of psychological warfare and manufactured madness, meant to keep unwanted adventurers at bay by testing to allow only those worthy of experiencing the Isles to proceed. But it has fallen into ruin since the Gatekeeper was instituted as the new method to keep these unwanted or unworthy visitors out. With the destruction of the Gatekeeper, there is no line of defence for the realm, and with Jiggalag coming, this is a problem. So, Sheogorath sends you there to reactivate the place, specifically the Resonator of Judgment, because the old machine for driving people insane is currently out of order, with the place being in ruin. What's fun is that while you're being sent there, and you know it has something connected to the Grey March going on, Sheogorath is pretty
Hilarious.
scant on the details at
It's
this
looking
stage.
at like naked VTuber
Something
women.
along the lines of, I'm telling you what I want to tell you, and you'll do as I say because I'm Sheogorath. In fact, he basically says, go quickly before I get bored, and you wouldn't like me when I'm bored. I love Sheogorath. There is a
You wouldn't like
lovely
me when
bit
I'm
of tonal
bored.
confidence and overall narrative harmony in the way the DLC uses Zidillion. The objective, getting the thing back online, feels like you're becoming complicit in the goings-on of the realm, of how the place works. That's an important through line in the main quest, by the way. You are way more than a tourist here in the Shivering Isles, more of an active participant. That journey becomes ever more important as it goes along. So you clear the way through Grummites, reactivate systems, and prepare Zidillion to do what it was built to do. On the way, you meet the caretaker of Zidillion, who is very pleased that you've come along to get the place in working order. He gives you the next quest, baiting the trap, which is where, in what is an uproarious sequence, you actually get to use Zidillion
I have to, like,
as
keep
almost
burping,
a
what the
toy.
hell?
driving a set of adventurers mad by choosing their fate from a set of demented tests. It's hysterical and appalling at the same time. It's also a bit of a meta joke, I think, about dungeon design and player behaviour. You're the DM this time, though, with your hand on the button. Really, it's doing several things at once. It's tremendous fun. You get to watch Zedillion work on 3 separate intruders, Lewin, Sindelius, and Gromuk, each through a chamber designed to prey on some weakness or obsession of theirs. Lewin, in the Chamber of Conversion, can be subjected to a giant gnarl that pushes him into total panic and insanity, or a swarm attack. Sindelius, in the Chamber of Avarice, can be manipulated into madness through greed via the drop of keys, or you cause Gromuk to haplessly kill him via a fire trap. Gromuk, in the Chamber of Anathema, can be broken by fear of his own demise, or just general necromantic horror. Zedillion is Sheogorath's realm in miniature, ornate, cruel, playful, theatrical, a bit terrifying, and definitely hilarious. The quest names too are perfect. You really are dragging the hapless adventurers through the most horrible mousetrap imaginable. And, you know, similarly to some of my comments on Old World Blues, Shivering Isles is funny, yes, but the humour is very often entwined with sadism. It's not randomness for randomness' sake. It's funny because of absurd escalation, sure, but beneath a lot of it there is sheer cruelty. It can be charming and appalling at the same time, which is probably the last feedback you'd want to hear about yourself from someone after a first date, but is perfectly sublime in this case. Anyway, right when you are settling into that sense of wicked playtime, the Knights of Order appear as a completely juxtaposing force, reminding you of the bigger stakes that Sheogorath hinted at earlier in your initial conversation. Returning to Sheogorath and reporting about the attack from the Knights of Order leads to a fun conversation where he reminds you that you don't yet need to burden your tiny mind too much with the bigger stakes just yet, and also gives one of the more comedic set pieces in the DLC, where he gives you the power to summon Haskell, which he encourages you to demonstrate multiple times just to annoy the crotchety Chamberlain. Anyway, going back to your reporting your success at Zedillion, good old Sheo utters the famous cheese for everyone line before, if you ask, giving you a few more details on Jiggalag and the Grey March, completely contradicting his earlier reticence. Which, of course, is very on brand for the erratic Prince of Madness. And on the subject of madness, this is where the next quest comes in, Understanding Madness. Sheogorath wants you to learn more about his realm and what it's all about, and why it should be saved from destruction. So with that in mind, he sends you off to meet the Duke of Mania and the Duchess of Dementia to educate yourself on all things madness. And so you meet Thedon, Duke of Mania, and Syl, Duchess of Dementia, both fantastic embodiments of their respective domains, while managing to avoid feeling like empty caricatures. Thedon is all perfumed decadence, aesthetic excess, narcotic pleasure.
Shoot. Palho! Go play Power Palom. Ace. Zero IQ things. Anyway, this guy. This guy is the guy was like, do you want to smoke the valley weed? He did a poem. He did a poem. I forget what it is. Something something, wait, hold on. Let me fucking figure it. Hold on. Let me get it. Sheogorath so Mania poem. There was a poem for that. I forgot his name. Hold on. What the fuck is his name?
It's all perf to avoid feeling like empty caricatures. Thedon is all
Thedon.
perfumed
Yeah, that's the
decadence.
guy. Thedon. Hold on. It's a Thedon poem. Thedon poem. He made a poem for him because he's also a fucking drug addict. It goes like something something. Right here. Can't breathe. Help me. He does that. And he fucking dies.
Dense aesthetic excess, narcotic pleasure, and airy detachment. So,
This
on
woman
the
is
other
like
hand,
crazy.
is paranoia made into a person. Everything around her feels surveilled, threatened, a little bit
It's kind of
diseased.
bizarre because here, like, she looks like she can fight, right? But like on the game, she's like just a woman, and then like literally gets around people. So like, hey, investigate everybody because everybody wants to fucking kill me. If you don't do this, I will kill you all. It's like, bro, like, I guess.
Completely insecure and clawing. Her entire view of the world is filtered through involuntary, intrinsic suspicion. The quest title is quite fitting beyond the obvious, I think, because understanding madness is way more than simply a voyeuristic, exploitative, let's gawk at the silly mad people exercise.
Silly mad people
Rather,
exercise.
it exposes the player to the fact that madness in this realm is institutionalized, no pun intended. It's codified, it governs. The Shivering Isles through this lens are deeper than a bunch of cooks and cranks howling at the moon and saying silly lines to get a laugh out of the player. The Isles and the subset domains are structured by their very own flavours of obsession, humour, compulsion, symbolic roles, and more complex undercurrents. In other words, it's a little showcase of good writing as much as anything else. From there, the main quest splits into Addiction and the Lady of Paranoia. Addiction, the mania side, begins when Thedon sends you, or tries to send you, and you have to clarify with a member of his court, his steward Wide-Eye, after the chalice of Reversal and Dunroot.
Holy fuck, his name's Wide-Eye! Look at
Thedon is
eye!
addicted to Feldew, you see, a substance native to the Shivering Isles, which, as with many substances, comes with deleterious after effects. The aforementioned chalice of Reversal alleviates those effects. Interestingly, in his inebriated state, Thedon gives a couple of hints that something may be going on with the lady in charge of the Court of Dementia, something we will find out more about later. Anyway, the writing continues to be interesting here. If we look at this as continuing exploration of the flavours of madness, we find that Thedon's form of it is a sort of decadent dependency, with at least the foresight to want to alleviate the negative effects. Pleasure curdled into need, as it were. The Duke of Ecstasy is chemically captive to his own excess. I really like the characterful quality here because it prevents mania from becoming too one-note. For all its colour and flamboyance, there is rot in it, which I think is quite a clever way of summing up how mania can actually feel, perhaps.
The Thedon overdose. Here's what the Thedon overdose. Like, he goes to an overdose bullshit. He was gonna make a poem about it. It's so funny.
Oh my, yes. I feel especially...
The soliloquy! There you go!
Perhaps it's time I recited my latest soliloquy.
Uh-huh.
The lady fair, our love is told,
With a hair as fine as soft spun gold.
lips
It's
as
a
red
red
as
as
a
a sun-drenched dawn.
skin as soft as a newborn fawn.
Mind you, he's high as fuck right there. Right here. Eyes are as blue as a cerulean sea. What? My heart can't breathe. Help me!
Help me!
It's kind of bar, and then he dies. Yup, that's what happens to this motherfucker. Eyes a cerulean sea. Huh? What? Heart can't breathe. Help me! And he dies.
I'm
Hilarity.
no expert. but
Hilarious.
Yeah, I think the writing does a good job here. So you
Bars as
head off to
fuck.
Dunroot Burrow, which I think is a
Well,
pretty
wait.
strong quest dungeon for similar reasons. In order to carry all this out, you basically have to inhabit Thedon's world a bit. You yourself have to become addicted to Feldew to get through successfully.
Feldew
Having
the
to do
Felweed.
this means that the whole of the dungeon crawl is built around the need for Feldew and the deterioration that comes with it. So you yourself are
Literally
dragged
fucking
into
like
this
insect
particular
weed.
aspect of Mania's incarnation, indulgence, depletion, craving and relief, rinse and repeat. The place is atmospheric too, full of elytra, strange flora growth, and a plethora of drippingly wet, fungal, under the skin, crawly unpleasantness. There is also a tongue-in-cheek quality to the Chalice of Reversal itself.
Your
The
body
name
to
sounds
begins.
mythic in an overblown sort of way.
Your body
and
to
the quest
begins
uses
to
just an
withdraw.
impossible, if we look at it from a real-world point of view,
Drugs.
form of self-correction. I'm sure there are many people in the real world who would love to get their hands on a Chalice of Reversal to instantly rid them of negative addictions, but the real world is rarely so kind. In Thedon's case, he seeks
Negative
sensation
effects
to
of
the point
addiction, not like the
collapse,
effects
then
of negative
requires
addictions.
artificial
Payo.
reversal to pull back from the brink, which is, if you think about it, mania in miniature. Appetite without any moderation, then recovery without gaining any wisdom. What's interesting is that Thedon
Looks a
seems
lot
to enjoy
different.
the fact that you've been through this experience, as if he knows that you must now understand how he feels, the sensation of wanting something and hating yourself for it. I suppose that's got to be nice to be understood.
Wanting something,
And at
hating
the end
yourself
of
for
the
it.
whole thing, you can see how Shivering
L-
Isles
literally every single like OnlyFans and fansly VTuber ever to exist by man on earth. Hilarious.
has very cleverly used a game mechanic and good writing to express and reinforce a concept to you as a player. You've actually learned something in a twisted, insane kind of way. Anyway, having successfully retrieved the chalice and presented it to Thedon, you are made a courtier of mania and can move on to learn more about dementia. So, in order to do that, you will have to begin the Lady of Paranoia, and for me personally, this is another particular example of where a relatively short quest bottles up quite nicely what makes Shivering Isles a step above a lot of other expansion content in terms of its unique theatrical quality.
Oh, it's
You may have
paranoia.
noticed I'm
Oh, it's
using
not
the word
dementia, it's
theatrical
paranoia.
a
Okay, I
lot.
see.
You'll be hearing a lot more of it. Theatricality is intrinsic to the tone of the DLC, I think, just signposting this here in case you wonder if it's intentional. So, back to the Lady of Paranoia. Lady Sil, in her Stalin-esque way, is convinced that somebody in her orbit is plotting against her. Of course she thinks that. And your job is to investigate the veracity of her suspicions. Except, of course, investigating dementia has a very particular flavour to it which goes beyond simply asking a few questions. Rather, it actually comes down to, in effect, indulging the atmosphere of suspicion itself, involving interacting with courtiers who are all uncomfortable, evasive, and, to be honest, psychologically broken by life under her rule. And how do you do this? Well, you'll have to work with Herr Deer, who is under the employ of Lady Sil as her torturer, because, of course,
horror,
we know that
torture him.
confessions gathered under duress can be totally trusted.
No, please.
And so, in a
I
fit
don't
of
know anything
deliciously
about
awful
it.
fun, you
Conspiracy.
torture or pressure various citizens and courtiers for information, gradually narrowing things towards Mazada and
No,
what
please.
he's up to at
I don't know
night.
anything about the
What
conspiracy.
follows is a situation where, surprisingly enough, there actually is a plot to kill Lady Sil, being worked on by Mazada and Murine, a high elf living in dementia, who is obsessed with conspiracy theories,
What?
with Murine as the mastermind behind it all. Why does she want Lady Sil dead? Well, according to her, Lady Sil has betrayed dementia by consorting with enemies. If you speak to Mazada, he will eventually explain that Lady Sil has been having illicit meetings with Thedon, Duke of Mania, and doing things together. So consorting is quite a polite way to put it. Basically, they've been having an affair, and this is something Murine simply cannot tolerate. It's particularly satisfying to uncover this after Thedon's earlier hints that something was going on between them. Anyway, obviously you manage to foil this plot by reporting it to Lady Syl, who promptly executes Murine herself, making you a courtier of dementia as your reward after the fact. So I've picked this out as a great example of what elevates Shivering Isles, and I think there's a few reasons for that. First off, I love the almost Death of
Palom.
Stalin-esque paranoia. I'm a big sucker for that kind of dark comedy. There is also the fact that the quest lets you go to town on the residents of dementia, torturing people left and right. It's just the kind of permissiveness you don't see so much of anymore in games, I think. It's just sick, but riotous fun as well. And again, it's an example of where Shivering Isles is, to me, very clever about how it handles what could have been simple, crazy, wacky madness. It's not superficial. The writers clearly understand that paranoia is social. It recontextualizes every interaction into something both incredibly risky and incredibly threatening at the same time. Nobody is relaxed, nobody speaks plainly. Every time people have to speak to one another, the whole interaction is contaminated by fear. And even though, incredibly, there actually is a real plot to kill Lady Syl, the court has become so suspicious and coercive that genuine truth feels secondary to the atmosphere of accusation anyway. In a worse written quest, Lady Syl would be the surface level caricature, and she can look like that, sure, but to me, if you really look, she actually is really well written as the source and product of the entire climate that spawned the threat to her life in the first place. Taking it back to the core premise of the video, is it the best DLC ever angle? The progression of quests we've been through so far is hugely important because it shows the expansion can stick the landing. Sustaining intrigue, characterising really well, fleshing out two distinct microcultures under one thematic umbrella. That is very hard to do well. I think most players would be very pleased with one memorable and well-written Court of Madness to explore. Shivering Isles gives you two. So, having completed Understanding Madness, you return to Sheogorath, who has more work to be done. He needs you to travel to Silar to relight the great torch that should be shining above New Sheol, ostensibly to reassure and calm the citizens of the city, as well as give them a bit of hope, despite all of the upheaval that's brewing on the Isles. Unfortunately, the torch goes out, as Sheogorath explains, when the Grey March begins. The quest to relight it, the Cold Flame of Agnon, is an interesting change of pace, because rather than having to learn about and help both sides of madness, as in the last couple of quests, this time you are forced to take sides between the Isle's cultural divisions, choosing between the Golden Saints and the Dark Seducers specifically, who are Sheogorath's personal armies of mania and dementia, respectively. Silarn itself is a really nice piece of environmental storytelling. It feels ceremonial and old, ancient even, with an implication that despite the Grey March's resets, the Isles are cumulatively built on layers of inherited ritual, and then there's a dash of military traditionalist resentment mixed with divine otherworldliness for good measure. There are also intriguing rumours that the ruin itself was once in ages past the actual former capital of the Shivering Isles itself. Those details of setting and vibes are brilliant in terms of world building. Thankfully it's not weird just for the sake of being weird, because that can start coming across as arbitrary when it becomes obvious that its details exist only for a bit of superficial gloss. Obviously, Silarn is the opposite to that, a really great piece of storytelling work from the writers and environmental designers. There is also an interesting iterated escalation in the fact that your growing role in the Isles still has limits. Haskell explains the problem with his usual dry bureaucratic tone. The Flame of Agnon is lit by the willing death of one of Sheogorath's immortal servants, one of the Golden Saints or Dark Seducers, and normally Sheogorath's command would decide the matter. But given the circumstances in the Isles, if you want the Great Torch lit, you have to enter Sylarn and involve yourself in the ritualism and military tensions taking place there. Again, the DLC continues to give you ever greater tastes of the power you have to shape destiny in the realm. And what you find when you arrive at Sylarn is the conflict going on between the Orioles and Mazkin, the Golden Saints and Dark Seducers, that seemingly has been going on for quite some time. Both sides want control of both the Altar of Rapture and the Altar of Despair, because both altars feed the flame and are therefore required for the ritual to relight it. So, in order to carry out Sheogorath's request, one of these forces are going to have to get their wish to control both altars. It's interesting to note the differences between these two military forces. The Saints, commanded by Kana, are proud, ceremonious, a little haughty, and openly contemptuous of the Seducers. The Seducers, on the other hand, commanded by Ulfri, are colder, stealthier, somehow weirdly a little more down to earth, and more comfortable with ambushes and manipulation. So how do you deal with this situation? Well, you're going to have to choose which side gets to control both the altars. There are a few ways to do this, which, as you'll know, is one of my favourite things in a game, giving the player a bit of agency, and a few different scenarios to play out. For the Seducers, you can take the basic path and
Why does
simply side
Ulfri
with
looks
them and
different?
help them repel the Saints' attack
Why,
down the main
why did
passage.
Ulfri got
Or you can mix
yassified?
things up a bit and advise Ulfri to move the
What?
Seducers over to the Underdeep,
Get yassified.
while sneakily lying to Kana of the Saints that it would be better to order a sneak attack through there than the frontal assault on the main passage. Unfortunately for the poor Saints in this scenario, it leads to a complete ambush for the unsuspecting golden garbed holier-than-thou force. Quite fun to watch it play out. Or you can side with the Saints instead and actually lead them through the Underdeep to take advantage of it only being lightly defended. Or you can move the Seducers to the Underdeep and attack via the main passage. Or finally, you can simply attack via the main passage while leaving the Seducers there, leading to a much bigger battle. Whatever the case, when the battle takes place, you'll have to take out the leader of whichever side you're fighting, Kana or Ulfri, and that being done and the battle won, the surviving commander will then accompany you to the now seized Altar of Despair, where the ritual will be carried out to relight the flame. The Altar of Rapture, as the commander explains, has already been lit prior. As we know from what Haskell told us earlier, the ritual involves one of the Saints or Seducers sacrificing themselves on the altar. In this case, it is the surviving commander who does this on the Altar of Despair. That willingness to sacrifice is really interesting. The sacrificed commander is an immortal Daedra, of course, so death carries different weight here. The Orioles and Mazkin can return eventually through the rhythms of oblivion, but the act still has a bit of narrative punch to it in terms of what these creatures are willing to do to please Sheogorath. It's got that theatre vibe to it I was talking about earlier. Anyway, after the cold flame is lit, you step into it yourself and carry that fire back to the Sicellum Arden Sul in New Sheoth. It's a really cool bit of imagery, I suppose, in the sense that you yourself are carrying the flame that brings hope back to the Isles. And it's another nice little spot to stop and reflect on the narrative so far and how it's progressed. You have gone from investigating
I guess they don't
a
really
mysterious door in
they don't really
Nibbin
question
Wood.
if it's like golden or like green. It's like they would notice like, oh, this is like Ormzel, or this is like the goth girlfriend, I guess. It's either the Dobby mommy or the goth girlfriend. They can probably tell. It's like, yeah. But this is the fire, all in all.
To walking around as the living bearer of a ceremonial flame in the Mad God's capital. Taken like that, the sequence can seem a bit ridiculous in terms of ramping up the stakes, but of course it makes complete sense inside the expansion's own sweeping operatic wildness. I remember playing the DLC first time around and feeling like I would never have expected any of this going into it. So, carrying the flame, you have another choice to make, whether to light the flame for mania or dementia. The reward you get is dependent on the choice: the raiment of ardent soul for mania, or the raiment of intrigue for dementia. This is another thing I love. You can't have it all. So if you want to try out the other item, you'd have to play through again another time. Summing up with a bit of critical analysis of the Cold Flame of Agnon as a main quest beat, it's doing a surprising amount, really. It deepens the lore of the Isles through Sailarn as a mysterious location. It puts you in the middle of the Saints and Seducers military conflict and forces a choice. It does some great work in terms of pushing the player along the path from visitor to the Isles to active participant in their destiny. And it is very visual and literal about that. Your participation here is going to light a flame that brings hope to all of the citizens of the Isles, a really visible and affecting outcome, undeniably. So, what's next in our ever-increasingly wild journey?
I think Giorgos just
now
like
we move into
sitting
Ritual of
around.
Succession, which is where I
Just
think
raving
the game
around.
takes another one of its bolder narrative moves, certainly carrying on the
So
theme
palom.
of increasing your profile as a decision maker in the realm. You're making the big step from Sheogorath's operative into an active participant in succession politics. Up to this point, as we've seen, you have been helping
Weed is like really
Sheogorath,
strong, by the way,
learning
guys.
the lay of the
Really
land,
strong.
solving problems, and getting your hands dirty here and there. Now the DLC gives you something bigger to chew on. Are you able to inherit madness here as an actual political figure? Have you done enough by visiting this realm, surviving it so far, to now actually occupy one of its most influential seats of power? Sheogorath, who has appeared at the back of Ardensoul, seems to think so. He now wants you to become the Duke or Duchess of either Mania or Dementia, and as such, you need to do a bit of research into what this involves, and the rituals by which rulership transfers, which involves speaking to the priests for Mania and Dementia, Dervinin and Arctis. The whole thing has this really cool sense of half-remembered history, myth, political necessity, and religious propaganda all knotted together. To understand what's going on, we need to make note of the fact that the Sacellum Ardensoul is one of the most important religious sites in the Shivering Isles,
Right.
built around the memory of a legendary ruler named Ardensoul, whose death became the foundation for the rituals used to choose new rulers. Dervinin and Arctis, as the respective representatives of their sides of madness, preserve entirely different traditions about who he was and how he died. In Mania, Ardensoul is remembered as an artist king whose final celebration at the Sacellum became a lethal greenmote-fueled revel. In Dementia, the Sacellum is said to have been the location of an enjoyable event Ardensoul experienced called the 100-Day Torture.
What?
The man himself is remembered as a suspicious ruler who poisoned his followers with wine, tore out their hearts, and searched their entrails for hidden betrayal via the charming discipline of visceromancy. Both stories are embedded in the rituals that govern succession to this day for their respective houses. Mania and Dementia have each reshaped Ardensoul into a figure who reflects their own values, and the contradictions are never resolved. Of course, given the nature of the realm, the founding myth is unstable, and of course it's no surprise that the two courts have preserved rival versions of the story. From a narrative standpoint, the writers did a good job here, since this is exactly how the Shivering Isles would handle history: confused, fragmented, at odds with itself in every way. In the real world, we can point to many examples of regimes using old stories and legends to legitimize present power. All of that is very normal in our...
What if it actually, like, what if those are true facts, right? Because knowing, like, there are deception and whatnot, but what if they're saying true facts, and it's one of those scenarios that, like, this is why it's fragmented, because it happened at the same time, right? Like, how Ardensoul is like, in one save, let's call it like save files, right? In one save file, he did this with the visceromancy. And then the other save file, he just did pure paloma and sex, right? But it all happened in the same time, right? And that history remained to the NPCs.
real world political sense, but in this case, the Shivering Isles filters it through the realm's own taste for the grotesque and the absurd. So the choice is laid out before you. You can become Duke or Duchess of Mania by poisoning Thédon according to Mania's ritual lore, or you can become Duke or Duchess of Dementia by killing Syl and taking her heart, this time according to Dementia's ritualistic traditions. It goes without saying, but I'm going to say it anyway, that we can clearly see the act of coronation in the Isles is disturbingly intimate, potentially involving a dose of body horror and, of course, downright awful, whichever decision you make. What's fun about these routes, respectively called the Ritual of Mania or Dementia depending on which you choose, is that you kind of get to pay off some of the knowledge you've gained about Thédon and Syl already, as well as using the lore of the ritual itself. For instance, poisoning Thédon involves green mold, a stronger form of Feldew, which of course is his addiction, very fitting. Whereas for Syl, you have to work your way towards her through layers of security and misdirection, placed by an expert in paranoia. Again, absolutely apt. Both routes are, of course, very enjoyable to play out, and totally leverage the thematic build-up we've experienced in the Isles so far. Suffice it to say that Syl in particular really lives up to her Stalin-esque paranoia, employing all sorts of strategies to avoid being knocked off this mortal coil. From a player agency standpoint, this choice also has practical consequences that carry forward. On a more basic level, your reward at the end of it all changes. There's a summon power that behaves differently too, depending on what you do, as well as knock-on effects in later quests. Excellent stuff, once again adding to the replay value I mentioned earlier on. In terms of immediate consequences, once you've completed the ritual and become either the leader of Mania or Dementia, the surviving leader, Thédon or Syl, will show up and announce two things. Firstly, that the Fringe is under attack, and secondly, that they are going to join Jiggalag and the Forces of Order. Pretty massive stuff that, one entire side of the Shivering Isles power structure joining the enemy. Mental. So
Mental.
I've already harped on about how much I like the choices offered here, the payoffs to earlier quests, the thematic resonance, the growing crescendo throughout the main quest, etc, etc. So it should be pretty clear that I'm consistently approving of Bethesda's approach here with pretty much all aspects of the production
So
thus
far. Yeah, so
at
far.
least insofar as we've examined the main story. So it's looking good for the DLC when it comes to the best ever question, but it's not over yet by a long shot. Anyway, as we were told by the remaining Syl or Thédon upon their betrayal, Order has reached the Fringe. Passwall, the threshold settlement of the Isles, is under attack. Things have certainly ramped up a bit. What's interesting is there's a sort of mid-story bookending here. The opening of the DLC was built around crossing into this world ostensibly through Passwall after entering the strange door. Now we find ourselves having to return there during a major crisis. The related quest, Retaking the Fringe, is an important one because it dials up the threat quite a bit. Up to this point, most of the stakes in Shivering Isles have been ramping up from a bit of mystery with hints from Sheogorath as to what's actually going on, via the symbolic, courtly, psychological or ceremonial, to mention but a few of the vectors for these clues. Now the enemy is marching through the front door of the Isles themselves, and that enemy's entire presentation itself is a direct rebuke to the realm around it, to the visual language we've so far grown accustomed to. There is a massive juxtaposition here. The Knights of Order are rigid, crystalline, geometric, severe and alien completely to everything else in this realm. And that's saying something given how weird the Shivering Isles actually are themselves. Passwall is actually quite a smart
Protruding
place to
like
stage
crystals
this whole
around.
drama because it was your first proper contact with the Isles as a somewhat living social world. You met your first Shivering Isles odd ducks there, played out your first activities, and of course figured out how to enter the Isles proper by overcoming the Gatekeeper. Where once, not so long ago, you were trying to breach the Isles, you're now trying to stop another force attempting to do the very same. The choices and consequences from Ritual of Accession come up here. If you became Duke or Duchess of Mania, the defenders are Golden Saints under Oreg Desha, whereas if you become Duke or Duchess of Dementia, the defenders are Dark Seducers under Grakendo Udiko. It's a fairly small difference, really, but it gives that little satisfying bit of agency that the realm responded to what you did earlier.
Huh.
When you turn up to the area, you find exhausted troops and a line barely holding. You can give orders to the remaining soldiers or delegate the matter to the commander in charge. The actual options are simple, but they do give you the feel of command. Archers to the rear, swords and shields to the flank, axes at the line, that sort of thing. It's a little rock pool of a command system, but even in tiny form it gives your developing status and authority on the Isles a bit of practical expression, which is nice.
Yeah.
Once the attack on Pass Wall is pushed back, the quest becomes more specifically about destabilising the Order's ability to actually wage war in the area. With that in mind, while the troops in Pass Wall continue to hold the line, you enter Zedefin, a nearby ruin powering the assault via an obelisk of order. This needs to be destroyed in order to deactivate the Order Spire on the surface, menacing Pass Wall. So, how do you do that? Well, the object can be overloaded with Hearts of Order collected from Knights of Order you've dispatched during the fracas. A fun encounter during all this is Sheldon, self-appointed mayor of Passwall, who you find trapped and panicking. He takes
Isn't this the motherfucker who goes like, yeah, I amaze me, and like he just runs around clapping?
a minute to tell you some gossip that Felas Serendis, another resident of Passwall, has defected to the forces of Order. We'll be seeing him in his new role a little later on. Sheldon, of course, being a denizen of the Isles, doesn't have the greatest self-preservation instincts. His best bet for survival is if you escort him out. If you leave him to his fate, he'll blunder off the way you entered and snuff it pretty quickly.
Palom.
Sheldon knows best, right? Anyway, after the obelisk is shut down, Zedefin begins collapsing in spectacular fashion. It's a fantastically fun escape sequence. It reminds me of something out of Indiana Jones, or maybe a fantasy version of the escape from the second Death Star. It's fun to see the forces of Order's attack become completely unstable, quite literally, by your hand. All that's left to you is to return to the defending commander on the surface afterwards to report your victory. Of course, while dusting yourself off from the debris of Zedefin, and then on to Sheogorath, who of course is satisfied with the outcome in his own inimitable way. Narratively, of course, retaking the Fringe does solid work as a midpoint-ish quest. It really ups the stakes, gives the Knights of Order a proper bite, that is to say, a chance to launch an actual invasion on the ground in a place you've explored and probably find quite familiar. And is also, as I said earlier, quite interesting in the sense that it takes you back to the very start of your journey, somewhat, but to a place changed and alien due to invasion.
It's funny because like they were doing okay until we entered Shiogorath's place, and then because we killed the gatekeeper, when this shit like goes up, it's practically like defenseless on the gates to New Shield. So now these guys like say they proceeded to like tank in all the way straight to the gatekeeper's area. They can just like roll into the gates, no problem.
There are shades of Lord of the Rings here, I think, there and back again, when the hobbits returned to the Shire only to find it completely destroyed by Saruman, moonlighting of course as the gangster-esque Sharky. By the way, if anyone is getting confused, I'm referring to the books, not the movies. Anyway, I'm getting sidetracked. What's next on our wild journey? Well, now we come to one of my absolute favourites, rebuilding the Gatekeeper.
There you go.
And honestly, this quest alone would be enough to make Shivering Isles special, I think. It's absolutely grotesque, effortlessly memorable, mechanically distinct, and completely infused with the expansion's predilection for body horror, and forcing you into twisted, insane activities. As you may remember, way back at the start of this journey, we destroyed the old gatekeeper to enter the realm proper. That was a bit of a boo-boo on reflection, because faced with a proper invasion coming through the fringe, the lack of a gatekeeper is a bit of a problem,
Right?
to put it lightly. What was once an early boss has now become a rather crucial missing piece in the realm's defence. It's fun to see the same entity completely flipping script and becoming something you need now. That is, of course, elegant design on the part of the devs. The first interaction with the gatekeeper taught us how to take it down, how to exploit its weaknesses. Now you need to understand, supply, and sanction the making of one of these horrific things, which of course comes with a slew of new knowledge about the creature itself. But yeah, to return to the main point here, it's fun that the thing once standing in our way has now become the hero we need. Sheogorath, of course, has come to the same conclusion here, and with some extra info from Haskell, sends you off to, and I'm going to really try to get this right, Zaselm?
Okay.
Zaselm. I can never say it, I don't know if it's my accent, but I'm going to say Zaselm, to find Realmina Verenum, who rears her head again, because as you may recall, she created the original gatekeeper.
Yeah.
And insanely regards it as her child, which of course is one of the most wonderfully horrific twisted character details in the entire DLC. So you make it to Zaselm, and there, after fighting your way through various horrors, you find Romina in the Sanctum of Vivisection. She is furious that you killed her previous creation, or child, naturally, and she agrees to help, which is quite amusing given that you brutalised her previous progeny. To be fair, she doesn't give you an easy time of it, given what you did before.
Well, yeah.
She clues you in on various components you'll need to help her put together a new baby, so to speak, and handily giving you a back entrance key so it's easier to get back to her once you're done. Sends you over to the Gardens of Flesh and Bone to collect osseous marrow, dermis membrane, essence of breath, and blood liqueur. I just love the names of these collectibles. They sound half alchemical, half anatomical, and 100% unpleasant to say the least. It's fun grabbing the components too, though the most interesting one to collect is Essence of Breath, which is found by following a trail of green mist. Blood Liqueur sits behind a push block puzzle where the correct button opens the way and the others trigger traps. So there's a bit of variety there, but basically you're heading into a dungeon to collect some items. It does the job, of course, as a quest stage. Anyway, once you bring the components back to Romina,
there's a
there
fucking
then
file
plays
in the
out a
background.
surprisingly satisfying and fittingly gruesome customization element to the whole thing. You yourself get to choose the gatekeeper's head, torso, heart, arms and legs, and the
Really?
choices determine the creature's qualities and the greater power you can receive from it later. It's not the most complicated mechanic in the world, to be fair, but it does exactly enough to make you feel involved in the construction of the gatekeeper, as it were. A bit of personalisation, you know what I mean? You get to put your mark on your very own pretty little abomination all by yourself. Once this is done, you and Romina return to the gates to carry out the ceremony that will bring this freak
The
to life.
sister of substantiation.
Romina invokes body and soul while the creature is brought into being and a flesh Atronak is bound into its new role. The whole thing is quite dramatic, but at the same time kind of silly in the way Oblivion often is, but it's charming. Which is quite a thing to say when we're describing putting together a giant fleshy mass of horror. In a further little bit of drama, the new gatekeeper proves its worth almost immediately. Knights of Order attack, led by Felas Sarendis. You may recall that Sheldon mentioned earlier he had betrayed the realm and joined up with the forces of Order. Anyway, the newly birthed creature absolutely tears into them. It's a great
Absolutely
payoff. You
paloms
did
them.
all this disgusting work, and you instantly get to see the result standing there as a brutally restored line of defence. Much to the detriment of Felas in particular, who gets pulverised. Serves you right for being a traitor, Felas. I should take a
You
moment here to
palom.
point out Romina herself, as I think she deserves emphasis as one of the DLC's many great secondary characters.
Romina.
She may of course lack the obvious fame or cultural impact of Sheogorath or Haskell, but in my opinion she is impossible to forget because she is so completely representative of some of the major vibes of this place. Her weird maternal language towards undead horrors, absolutely disgusting necromantic practices, somewhat misplaced scientific vanity, and artistic pride all come together into a brilliantly written character. You aren't left unconvinced, I think, that she really
She's like a, what do you call that? Like, you know, it's like fucking crazy ass mad scientist. It's like that, but in the aesthetic of like a medieval fantasy.
is the kind of freakish mind that could make a gatekeeper see it as a child and mourn it if harm comes to it. So, anyway, yes, rebuilding the gatekeeper is definitely a highlight of the DLC for me. The helpless army follows, and it's interesting in a different way to the last adventure we had. It all kicks off when you head back to Sheogorath to report on your successful rebirth of the Gatekeeper. A messenger comes bearing some bad news. The military stronghold of either the Golden Saints or Dark Seducers is under attack from the forces of Order.
Already.
Due to the fact that, as you'll recall, the force in question has been betrayed by their own Duke or Duchess. Let me be a bit clearer here. Depending on your choices earlier with the Ritual of Accession, the army under attack will be the opposite to the house you've chosen, and you're going to have to assist them in repelling the attack. So, if you're the boss of Mania, you're going to have to help the Dark Seducers at Pinnacle Rock, and if you're running Dementia now, it will be the Golden Saints at Brellock. You are Duke or Duchess of one half of the realm now, and you're going to have to help the army of the other side. That's what makes this really interesting, the unprecedented situation of their own leader betraying them and the Duke or Duchess of the other house having to save them. The message for you as a player here is pretty clear. The realm needs both halves if it's going to survive. The Grey March will consume the whole thing otherwise. Interestingly enough, it's at this stage that Sheogorath actually lets you in on a pretty crucial piece of information about his relationship to Jiggalag. And then he goes on to inform you that he, in fact, is Jiggalag. That he is having moments of clarity that aren't quite him. And this is because Jiggalag and Sheogorath form two sides of the same personality. They're a bit of each other, as he says. Jiggalag is him, and he is Jiggalag. Or, as he puts it, cat's out of the bag on that one, isn't it? Who puts cats in bags anyway?
Who puts
The
cats in
Mad
bags
God
anyway?
And the Daedric Prince of Order are bound
Cat people.
together in the same recurring catastrophe. At the end of every era, Sheogorath becomes Jiggalag. Jiggalag destroys the Isles, and the cycle begins again.
I mean, it explains
That
why.
revelation is
It explains why he dies before Jiggalag fucking appears. Like spoiler alert. Like, the when this quest keeps going, right? Eventually, like he'll have to like die, right? And then like when his soul becomes of one of Ethereum, he goes back to become Jiggalag.
for me one of the best mythic premises Bethesda has ever used. Anyway, with this pretty startling
That's why like he's chaos and order, you know.
new information ringing in your ears, the actual quest itself, that is to say the thing the forces of Order is after, and that you have to battle to liberate, is built around the Wellspring, the source that allows the Orioles or Mazkin to return to the Shivering Isles if they die. We saw this touched upon earlier in the Cold Flame of Agnon. Order's plan is brutally efficient. Capture the stronghold, crystallize or block the defenders, and interrupt the mechanism, that is to say the wellspring, by which the army renews itself. That is exactly how you would expect forces of Order to fight. They want to ensure that enemy forces being killed are not able to be resurrected. It is tactically brilliant and, of course, efficient to boot. Obviously, depending on whether you're dealing with the Orioles or Mazkin changes things a bit. At Pinnacle Rock, you deal with the Dark Seducers, including Adeo and Dylora. At Brellock, you deal with the Golden Saints, and in that case, it's Ismi and Stada. When you get to the area, you speak with the senior representative on the ground, who explains that their commander has been captured by the forces of Order, and they will also discuss their betrayal by their own leader. There is also an interesting little bit of dialogue about how unusual it is for them to take orders from the Duke or Duchess of the opposing house to their own, but that given the circumstances, there's nothing else for it. The first thing you need to do is free the trapped commander who is imprisoned by order crystals by using a chime to cause the crystals to shatter. Unfortunately though, while you manage to free the commander, the forces of order manage to halt the flow of the wellspring, causing the remaining allied soldiers to turn to stone. So
Oh.
you're gonna have to sort that out quick smart or there's gonna be disaster for the Isles. As everyone else has been turned to stone, you have to push on deeper alone, find the order crystal that's blocking the wellspring, kill the priests and knights around it, and then ring the chimes in the corners of the chamber to break the contamination once and for all, restoring the flow of the wellspring. Once you've managed this and cleared out the stragglers of the forces of order, you get some decent rewards that align with the army you've had to save, the ability to summon one of their kin, and a suit of armour to boot.
Nice.
So, really, the quest functions pretty basically as a military rescue, a bit of a lore lesson / dump about Daedric renewal along with Sheogorath's earlier revelation, and a chance for a practical wielding of the player's authority. To kind of sum up the chain of events in context, you have favoured one court, defended the fringe with one army, and then saved the other army from extinction. It's pretty satisfying from that perspective. And now, perhaps surprisingly, I've got a little bit of a criticism here. The gameplay is fun, sure, but this mission isn't too dissimilar in some ways to a lot of the fighty stuff we've had so far in the main quest, so that kind of makes it feel a little bit samey to me. Or at least, that's certainly how I've always felt at this stage of the main quest. Plus, the mechanic of ringing chimes being used effectively twice in a row in the same quest felt a bit lazy. It's not terrible as a quest, but I feel that it lacks some of the pizzazz across earlier quests we've seen. Thankfully, things improve again a bit with the next quest, Symbols of Office.
Time is an artificial
Upon
construct.
reporting back, a rather dramatic scene plays out. Sheogorath finally reaches the point where the Grey March takes him. He becomes Jiggalag and vanishes, and the staff of Sheogorath is destroyed. The throne naturally needs an occupant. You're going to have to assume Sheogorath's role during his time as Jiggalag. In fact, Haskell explains that it was always Sheogorath's intent for you to become the Mad God anyway. He further explains the necessity with his usual dry delivery, and also explains that if you are to take Sheogorath's place, you need the Symbols of Office. Specifically, you need the staff, but of course you've just seen it destroyed, so how is it to be restored? Well, you have to travel to Knife Point Hollow and find the Great Library of Jiggalag in order to speak to a librarian. Haskell gives you a crystal and
So that you can,
explains
like,
you'll
restore
need it to
the
breach a final door behind
Sheogorath
which
staff.
said librarian is imprisoned, which seems a bit strange. How can a librarian help you to restore the staff of Sheogorath? Why is this librarian trapped behind a final door? Well, the librarian in question is Dias of Mytheria, Jiggalag's former chamberlain and keeper of his library, imprisoned in the aforementioned Knife Point Hollow. Upon reaching him, we find that Dias is a fantastic contrast to Haskell, given that he performs, or performed, a similar role to Haskell for Jiggalag. Haskell himself is of course dry, urbane, consistently faintly exasperated and not entirely patient with social interaction. Dias, on the other hand, is colder, older, ancient even.
Colder and
more
older.
alien at times. He seems to exist as the memory of order, the past and the future too somehow, imprisoned and preserved
Very
in the cell
pasty.
you find him in. Haskell will explain a bit more about Dias if you summon him inside Knife Point Hollow, explaining that he has knowledge of what's to come and that this is why he's locked away, to preserve the personal choice of beings living their lives in the world Dias has already seen play out. And as someone who loves player agency, Dias is a bit like my final boss. Anyway, meeting him has a slightly
Darius got
spooky
nothing to do with
archival vibe
Caius,
to it, I think,
guys.
as if you've wandered into a cosmic horror filing system, if such a thing could exist. Dias helpfully explains that recreating the staff requires the Eye of Surta and a branch from the Tree of Shades. The Tree of Shades, eh? Very nicely named tree. Obtaining the Eye of Surta takes you to the Howling Halls, where the Apostles of the Light, Surta's strange prophetic cult, offer a bit of a challenge, depending on how you want to approach acquiring the Eye. There are 3 ways to approach this. You can disguise yourself as one of the Apostles and make your way through to Surta directly, and after a bit of chat, she will turn hostile, at which point you can take her out, and her Eye too for good measure. The second way is speaking to a Khajiit apostle named Rakaran. If you supply daggers, Rakaran and some other apostles will help you kill Surta, making the job of taking the Eye a bit of a collaborative affair. Finally, you can brute force it and murder everybody in the place. Surta herself and her backstory is pretty interesting. She felt betrayed by Sheol-Gorath during the last Grey March, not realising that his vanishing was due to him turning into Jiggalag against his own choice. Therefore, after somehow surviving the cataclysm, she gathered followers, and despite publicly having the cult following the light, her true motive is revenge against Sheol-Gorath for his abandonment. You need her eye because the staff requires an eye that has seen secrets no mortal has. You see, because Surta saw Sheol-Gorath vanish, even though she did not fully understand that he became Jiggalag, her eye has still been party to something truly secret and thus beyond mortal ken, which makes her eye essential.
That's
Obtaining the
pretty
branch
sick.
from the Tree of Shades is a bit simpler. You need to make your way to the Grove of Reflection and confront a shadow image of yourself before you can take a piece of the tree needed for the staff. You can also nab a nice reward from your dead clone, Shadow Rend. Depending on what wins out between your blunt and blade skill, it manifests as a sword or an axe. When you return to Dias, he creates the shell of the staff and then tells you it still needs to be empowered at the Font of Madness at Sheol-Gorath's palace. Before we get there though, I just want to comment on how much I enjoy this whole section of the main quest. You know I'm a sucker for cosmic horror, and I think the idea of someone sitting with the knowledge of everything that has ever been and can ever be locked away forever has those kinds of vibes all over it. It's almost like some kind of forbidden tome personified into the librarian. There's something quite spooky about Dias, I think. He doesn't seem fully alive. Anyway, let's crack on. With the physically restored staff in hand, we find ourselves back in Sheol-Gorath's palace to advance the next quest, the Roots of Madness. Unfortunately, when you try to use the Font of Madness to activate the staff, nothing happens. Haskell explains that the source of the font has been tainted by Order crystals. So you must enter the fountainhead behind the throne, heading underground to cleanse the source. The fountainhead draws from the roots of the Tree of Madness beneath the palace, and the pools of mania and dementia nourish the font. Ostensibly, you need to clear out any forces of order down there, priests trying to taint the pools, and also cleanse the pools that have already been tainted. There is an interesting variation too in the way the quest uses the ruler left in place by your previous accession choice. Depending on your earlier path, the unchosen Thedon or Syl appears as a priest of order in their respective pool.
What a palom.
It's a fun little detail
Scum.
and it gives you the chance to enact justice upon the traitor as you approach the end of the main quest. So, once the pools are cleansed and the font is restored, the staff can finally be empowered. That moment feels pretty satisfying because so much of the quest line has been paving the way to this, particularly the last couple of quests. But from a wider
But
perspective,
I'm returning the kids, giving me a headache trying to even fix the wheel. Not even aligning the parts are also going to take a even so something breaks. I'm just gonna get the Tamiya instead. It's so funny that that's the first thing I told you about, to just literally come with me if you have the money so that we can go to the brickyard. You did so much other things. I don't even know what to do with you. You don't listen to me and then you come back around anyway. I don't understand. You just made the long ass fucking way around again. I fucking told you from the very start to just save the money and then get the fucking EG Civic fucking Tamiya RC car from the brickyard. Why do you do this to yourself? You give me the insight at least. The other insight I'm going to give you is a fucking punch in the face. Why don't you listen to me? I don't understand. Like, we've done this before. I've gotten you like jobs. I've gotten you like opportunities. Like, it worked. And you come fucking RC cars. Like, you don't fucking listen to me. I don't understand. Next time, fucking listen to me. So that you don't have to go to the gigantic round-around thing. You know? Return the fucking thing. If you can cash out the money from Shopee, like, you should. But if not, then you're just gonna have to, like, buy it. Because you can just literally get it from fucking Brickyard. For fuck's sake. I don't understand. What is your problem? You know? Like, I literally got my fucking, like, the, like, TT02 from there. And then, like, my Sakura D5, of course, I got it from Shopee, but still, it's a fucking Sakura D5. Come on! You always think that you know better. You always think this, and then you come around anyway. God damn it. Okay, go ahead. Palo, fucking return the thing. See if you still have time. Son of a bitch. When I recommend you something, FK, and you have to listen to me. When I recommend you something, you gotta listen to me, okay? So you don't have to like do the roundabout thing. Make it fucking hard for yourself for no reason. It was not worth a cheap price. Yeah, I wonder fucking why isn't fucking it, huh? I wonder fucking why. If you bought, you know what? If you save your money, if you believe at the first place, and you save your money, and we went to Brickyard, right? You will have a shell. You will have a kit already. All you just need to do is to get the Fly Sky Paloma fucking like controller. Oh wait, you already have it. Oh look, you're actually saying, oh but like, I can't go to like racetrack anymore. Yes, you can because you have a Tamiya fucking racetrack now, or like RC car now. It's funny how that turns out when I like, you know, recommend you something and then you do the other thing and then you want to go to the other thing and it doesn't allow you because you don't have the thing that I told you about. Okay, now you're gonna turn around again. Fucking return the thing. Come get a fucking Tamiya thing. Fucking have that fucking like installed. Probably still get a fucking shell. Right? And then you can do things. Come on now, FK. I don't understand. It's like, you know, you say yes, but you don't believe me, and then you come around, and then you fucking... It's not the first time you've done this. TT02 or... the TT02 is a 4-wheel drive. The M05, I think, is a rear or front-wheel drive. No, it's a rear end or front wheel drive. So like you can just adjust which one. I have the TT02 because I can make that drift and it's 4-wheel drive. It's also rally spec. I wanna run it on the road. Yeah, so it is a front and rear wheel drive. As opposed to like TT02. The TT02 is like a lower center of gravity and it's good for drifting. It's also front and rear wheel drive, but it's usually like 4-wheel drive.
Perspective, it's the culmination of your repair work. You have restored the boundary, rebuilt the guardian, rescued the army, assembled the staff, and purified the source of madness. It kind of feels like a song that's coming together satisfyingly towards the end. Resonant, if I were to choose a word. And so, we reach the
It's like, hold on. Because like, the thing is, you could have just gotten this. You could have just gotten this. This. This is the one that they sell in the brickyard. We could have just gotten this, a whole fucking setup. What's it? You know. It had this, that, you know, it's also TT02 drift. That, right? That. So we share, you and I share both the same parts. You don't have to like worry about things. But anyway, you know better. Mine is a TT02R, which is like rally. That one is a TT02D, which is like drift. But you can like put a front diff in it and a transaxle to it.
Climax at last, the end of order, where Shivering Isles fully cashes in the emotional and conceptual ambition it has been building towards all this time. Once the staff is empowered, a palace guard rushes in. An obelisk has activated in the courtyard. New Sheoth is under assault. Knights and priests of order are pouring in left, right, and centre. Your role has been vaulted up the chain of command once again. From Sheogorath's errand runner, then courtier, then apprentice ruler, and now the realm's literal defender, Sheogorath himself. Or herself.
Yes.
You are the top dog, the commander-in-chief. You are where the buck stops, and you better get out there and fight. But, being honest, purely in terms of combat mechanics, this is a weaker final mission than the concept deserves, I think. That being said, it's probably something that couldn't be helped. The large-scale battle still has Oblivion's usual limitations. You may remember the epic battle at Bruma in Oblivion's main quest, where the combined armies of Cyrodiil amount to less than a dozen soldiers. In the same way, there is only so much weight the engine can give to a city seemingly under cosmic siege, when limitations mean that the fight itself is fairly low-key. I suppose you can use your imagination, of course. In terms of atmospheric and symbolic payoff, and if you allow some imagination, as I said a moment ago, it can work. The overall image may be fairly low-key, but it's exactly right. New Sheoth, with all its colour, cruelty, contradiction, mouldiness, grandeur, absurdity, and so much more, being attacked by bland, logical, crystalline certainty.
Bland,
The meat of the battle
crystalline.
initially starts with clearing a pair of obelisks, and by now you should be pretty clear on how to do that. You can clear the first one quickly and a second will open too. Clearing that causes the remaining knights to vanish in a flash. And Jiggalag appears in that blue explosion, cutting through the last defenders and leaving the final confrontation to you.
In the meantime, I would just like bury my little bro's new RC. It is an insane rally car. Bury or borrow? Because like you can still use it. It's an RC car. It's not a living thing.
You and you alone. And of course, all being well, you'll take him down and he'll give a speech admitting defeat and reveal some pretty interesting stuff about his true origin. This explanation after the fight is, I think, one of the best lore drops in Oblivion. In ages past, Jiggalag ruled this realm, as he calls it, as a world of perfect order, which was expanding outward throughout the eras. The other Daedric princes feared Jiggalag's power and cursed him to become Sheogorath, a form he describes
MJX,
as a broken soul reigning in a broken land.
10303. Okay.
He was allowed one chance per era after this to return to his original true form, and thus, at the end of every era, Jiggalag returned during the Grey March, destroyed the realm that madness had built, and then the cycle began again anew. Now, though, with you having taken on the mantle of the Mad God, Jiggalag announces that he is now free to, as he says, roam the voids of Oblivion once more. So, as it turns out, the whole DLC has secretly been about breaking a divine curse. Sheogorath's mysterious hints, the Grey March itself, and the preparations to deal with it, the split realm, the recurring cyclical destruction. Your rise to power and mantling.
No wonder why like the entirety of like Sheogorath's realm is like
place.
destroyed. All
it's really interesting to think that Sheogorath himself, even in his mad god form, put the pieces in place to ensure a permanent return to his own true form as Jiggalag. For all of that, I really like Jigalag as a final antagonist, but also because beyond the fantastic writing and twisty-turny payoff at the end, when you actually encounter him, he comes across as incredibly severe, dignified in an earned way, and weirdly melancholy, in complete contrast to Sheogorath himself. A bit like Haskell and the librarian earlier. Jigalag's voice and bearing have gravitas, but at the same time he comes across like the universe's most terrifying administrator, which kind of has a charm all of its
Administrator.
own. I suppose he basically is the ultimate admin department of the Oblivion Plains,
The admin
everything in
department.
its place. All of this, I think, gives the ending some pretty punchy thematic weight. Shivering Isles allows two ideas to coexist at once. For the realm to be absolutely crazy and yet worth saving at the same time. It allows Sheogorath as a character to fully reveal himself, initially through some pretty wacky comedy, but culminating in some real tragedy. It then builds off of that tragedy with the Jigalag reveal, a pretty heady mix of terror and dignity. There's some really interesting tonal resonance going on here thematically. I think I've used the word resonance earlier too, it's important here as well of course. Anyway, that brilliant writing work is a huge part of why the ending is as strong as
Like
it
a
is,
lemming panay
despite
will
the
jump off a
admittedly
bridge.
lackluster execution.
Yeah, and I'm trying to like not make you do that. But you do it anyway. You know, I'm like that fucking tutorial goddamn like sequence of a game and you just completely fucking ignore me. Then like wonder fucking why you get your ass fucking beat.
And, oh
Thump.
yes, I should have mentioned that Jigalag's final speech technically falls under the final main quest, the Prince of Madness. Once he's done with his speechifying, he officially appoints you as the new ruler of the Shivering Isles, and then he leaves for the Voids of Oblivion. The forces of order leave the Isles. The Grey March ends. Haskell addresses you as the new ruler and gives you a rundown of your rewards and responsibilities. So, that's it. You are now Sheogorath, ruler of the realm. Now, how can this be? How can you become a god? I won't lie here, there's some debate in the community about this. But according to most sources I checked, it is pretty broadly accepted that the hero of Kvatch mantled Sheogorath and experienced apotheosis, becoming the new mad god. So we're gonna have to take a bit of a look at mantling and apotheosis and what they actually mean. Apotheosis is basically the process by which a mortal ascends to godhood.
Yeah,
A good
like
example
Tiber
of this
Septim.
would be Tiber Septim
Yeah.
mantling Lorcan in
Literally.
order to become Talos. So what does mantling mean then? Generally speaking, it means taking over a role, sort of how you did with Sheogorath, which then allows you to actually take on the identity of that role.
Wait, so maybe like Tiber Septim's like DLC when he played it was become like Talos, right? Like become like a god. And like basically like, you know, he finished that the entire DLC. That's why he turned into, you know, Tiber Septim turned into Talos, like the eighth god. You know.
It's properly weird. I'm not going to pretend it isn't. To be honest, it could take up a whole other video. But basically, that is what's supposed to have happened here with the hero of Kvatch mantling Sheogorath, experiencing apotheosis, and actually becoming Sheogorath. Pretty crazy stuff.
Crazy.
So, we've made it through the main quest, and I've had my praise and criticism throughout. Before we actually get to summing up the entire DLC, I want to explore some other aspects, because, just like anything Bethesda, there's so much more going on here than simply the main quest. With that in mind, let us move into the side quests now, because one of the strongest arguments for Shivering Isles as an all-time great DLC is the sheer breadth and quality of material here. The side quests do an absolute metric ton of work here to enrich the experience.
I kind of want to see
acting
like
as delivery mechanisms
a
for various
Dark Seducer
varying
and like
complex jokes,
Golden
revealing
Saints just
various
like
pathologies,
be together, you
expanding
know,
the
like
tone
they
of the
love
realm
each
and the
other.
lore too.
Yes.
Very often, this is where the expansion feels most potent, I think, because while the main quest has its mythic and apocalyptic qualities, the side quests act like wonderfully petty, local, and strange little rock pools to get immersed in. As an aside, I won't cover absolutely everything here, but most stuff will be covered. Anyway, let's start with Falling Awake, where amiable Fanrian is exhausted, terrified, and wants somewhere
Wait,
safe to
are you
sleep
scared that the
outside.
walls will fall onto you? The walls will fall onto you. Palo, what fucking crazy motherfucker. Okay, so we'll continue that soon. I'll put this on the sink. Right back. And then we can play a game. We usually just gonna play fucking Kuras because like I need Diablo 2 to like be over with. You know. Why the wheel isn't aligning at all? That's so funny. You ever thought that the wheel itself is probably just not aligned? You ever thought that like maybe the tire of the wheel is just not aligned? Or maybe like the back end of the wheel is not flat? Ever thought of that? If that's still not the case, and like let's say the actual thing is like the actual rod is bent, because it usually probably means like the rod is bent, more or less. That's only two things. The wheel itself is not flat. The face of the wheel is not flat from the inside, the one that you need to like socket it into, or the rod is bent. So remove that wheel and then check if the tire is like installed correctly. The back end of the hex in the wheel is flat, or the fucking like rod is bent. That's it. Not really that difficult to like fix. Jesus, it's like the easiest fucking thing in the world. I'll wait back. You palomis. 今日も占える初めてドキュンドキュン走り走りゾキュンゾキュンかけてゆくよ8日 go fight Pilo 5 film the 8日 go farm Hi guys, sabi mo na ako sa mga days Kami sa mga days Hello Mi pa na Based on the risk kami sama on the film Hi Kami sama, you always play this song Why? 40 on my riff, oh, kami-sama going full till you can fuck around with me. I'm kami-sama! Pino living around sideways! Salo point of picture-rated topic sideways! Des! Gana pa natar. Kasalo point pre-late on and go. Okay. Pare po kay na horse O mga pilulimig loka na umamuso May loka na film des Na risk kami sama on the risk pilot Return was completed I wanted to complete that Tamiya touring thingy Next time if you want something and I recommend you something Immediately just do that Because you wasted money time Yeah, you wasted money, time, and fucking like the effort for literally absolute palomalom nothing. You know? I wanted the FF. I didn't know about they had a 0M5. You can always look up the RC thing anyway. You know. But also the fact that like you went around the thing, right? You went around the thing of like trying out the other because it's cheaper. Or it's like it's not like I've said this before where like, you know, if you have like spend on a premium thing, you don't have to spend for other things anymore. Crazy how that turns out. Like if you made something that's good and it's like the brand is reputable, it's hilarious that it doesn't fuck around and it's actually giving you like a goddamn good product. Hilarious how that turns out. And we're even like talking about like opulent bullshit like fucking Louis Vuitton or some bullshit. No, this is we know Tamiya the brand is a good company. I was able to make it FF that it does not want to go straight. Hilarious how that turns out, isn't it? Imagine if you just gotten the, I don't know, the Civic, right? The TT02D. And then just like move the transaxle from the front to the back. I don't know, like maybe would have worked first try. What's wrong with you? Crazy how that works first try, you know? Night Nard. There's two of them, that's why. You know, if you spend 11k on that RC car, I don't know, it could have been a thing where like, oh, you don't have to worry about the thing. Okay. Make no sense all the time. You don't understand. I don't understand why your brain works like that. I don't understand. You know what I also like recommended you first if you just want like carbon fiber fucking like chassis? A Sakura D5! You know, if you want a little bit cheaper than the fucking Tamiya. Nope, didn't do that either. It's like, alright, guys, shit. How about the Tamiya for like the actual thing that's actually working with the set in it? Like, nope, I'm gonna try another thing. I'm gonna try a Changjo by Zero. Okay, fine. If you wanna do Chinese, right here, fucking do a goddamn like a WPL, like W toys, WL toys. No, guys, I'm gonna do something better. It's like, oh, okay. The fuck am I fucking like doing this for a time? Like, what did we learn, motherfucker? What did we learn? That's weird because like this RC that I'm pointing in right now, like this Palomalo RC that I'm pointing in right now. Oh look, that can fucking run. Oh, the RC above there, the fucking two skylights. Oh look, it can fucking run. Hilarious how the fucking turns out, huh, FK? It's actually Japanese RC car CRX, the competitor to 3 Racing that went extinct. Again, with 3 Racing already been there though. Why the fuck do you think they got extinct? Do you not understand why they went extinct? It's the same thing with like what? Like with fucking Majors used to make fucking RC cars and they cannot physically compete with Traxxas and like Majorette used to like make RC cars but they cannot like compete with fucking Traxxas and or Tamiya, so that's why they went back to making like die-cast models. Motherfucker, trying to underground. But the problem there is that like, how are you going to like make work with the modern parts that already fucking exist? You know, you're trying to be like, again, just like Furo, you're trying to be a fucking contrarian to this. And when the one that you're going to be like beheld on, right? The one that's gonna be sacrificing is the money that you spend on these. Now, good luck fucking changing parts for it. Like, yeah, it's next, but it's close to like 3 Racing. Okay, see if you can put 3 Racing parts on that. I can fucking guarantee you can't. because like the measurements are like way a little bit off. If it says like 4 mm, right? Or like let's say 2 cm, they're kind of like 2.2 cm. It's like you never learn from fucking tolerances. I do not want to try. Right? If you have bought like fucking 3 racing, like, you know, Sakura D5, right? If you want for drifting, or like Sakura, like Sakura T3 or T6 for track, you know what's weird? Tamiya and Sakura D5 shares fucking, like, you know, parts. Hilarious how that turns out. You know? That's why my Sakura D5 was accepted by the Brickyard, because like the parts there that I use is Sakura D, like it's Sakura D5, but I'm using like Tamiya springs. I'm using like Tamiya motors. And the ECS is a Surpass hobby. Oh. I learned a lot with it already. Yeah, next time fucking believe what I'm saying. It's not because I have 3 RC cars already of the modern case scenario. But no, you're gonna like do your tells. Never gonna let that die, by the way, FK. You're gonna suffer this. I have 2 actually, let me show you. I hope I don't die. I'm gonna go to the bridge so that I won't get killed. Watch shit. Surpass hobby. So surprised I lived this long, lamang. Yeah, imagine how that fucking turns out if I look. Yeah, Surpass hobby, right? This is the other one, right? And then the other one is Hobby Wings, which is this thing that's overheated. That's why I didn't use the Hobby Wings, because like it overheated on me. That is the RC car for like that is the ESC for the
606.
4-wheel dirt round thing. This one. Oh, this one is the Surpass. So this one is the Hobby Wing. This one is the Hobby Wing. This one is my ECS. It's like this the Hobby. My motor Surpass hobby. This one is, I think it is. This one is a Surpass hobby, I think. The other one is a modified, like no, this one is Surpass hobby, and the other one is like Tamiya. Then for the 4-wheel drive thing, like crawler, that is the motor from the power tool. Like that's just generic like high amperage power tool motor, brushless. Because I figured that like the power tool motors are extremely fucking strong. Like they're really like torque wise they're really strong. So I use that instead. Like, and sometimes they're a lot cheaper than actual Hobby Wing. So all I need to do is just like install the leads and then like it goes full tilt all the time. So yeah, I have Surpass Hobby, I have Hobby Wing, ECS, and then the other one's Tamiya. For motor, I have Surpass Hobby, the Tamiya motor, and the Power Tool motor. All of it is being contained inside by a my controller there up there. I want a kit for the price of 6K. Probably most I can afford. My M05 is on that price mostly. Just get the 11K kit, bro. Just get the 11K kit from fucking Brickyard. Just do that. Cause you're doing it again. Just earn more. Just like save more money, a little bit more money. Just like do that. Because you're fucking impatient. That's the problem with you. You know, the thing is like you afforded like what, 2 RC cars now? If you could have just like gotten like the 11K in one go, you'll have no problems. You just have like a 4K to like save, or like what, a 5 more K to save. Then cash it out if you can cash it out. Or like use Gcash, whatever. Then fucking like get the goddamn 11K from fucking like a Brickyard. So, you just never learn. Or if you can find it off in like Shopee if you want. But like just get the goddamn Tamiya one. Because you're making your life a lot fucking harder for no goddamn reason. There's no return for doing this. At least it's already ready to run. You know, it's ready to run. Fuck it, I'll even bring the goddamn Tamiya to make that work, so that like if you wanna buy it, when you buy it, and we just like try it on the track next to the Brickyard. Jesus fucking Christ, you never learn. Too long, pero de me agarré tu song. I do learn, just takes a lot of bashing my head. No, that means you're just like a hard-headed motherfucker who refuses to learn. You and Furo. So this time you have 6K. Right? Heed my words. I'm gonna do it again. And then you're never gonna listen again. And then you're gonna do some other palom again. And then you're gonna message me like why shit isn't working on the shit that you buy. But I'm gonna do it again anyway. I'm telling you now, when you got 6K on the fucking pocket, fucking like save more than you get 11K. Right? If you wanna have a buffer, save 15K in total. Fantastic. Ain't that hard-headed, I learned. We'll see. I'm gonna do it right now. I'm gonna even fucking like screenshot that so that I'm gonna put you motherfucker in when you do this shit again. Right? Today at 4:08 PM in like July, in June 24 of 26, you said that like you ain't hard-headed, you just learned. Okay, let's see. I'll screenshot this so that like you will actually like come back to this, you motherfucker. You said this. You said this. Alright. So, what's gonna happen? What's gonna happen is you're still gonna buy a cheap ass RC, and then you're just gonna be a fumble thing that's gonna happen there. Like, okay. And one time you're gonna say, see, Pana, it's not that bad. It works. Like, okay, fantastic. 2 months comes in, it already starts to break down. It's like, okay, fantastic work. And then we circle back at this again. Absolute palom. Never fucking learn. Yeah, anyway, save 15k if you want to have a a space on it, right? A financial headspace, because you might need like Tamiya fucking batteries or something. You don't really need it. And then you need an ESC, like all of that shit. But you just need a Tamiya itself, the RC car. Once you get a Tamiya RC car, we can actually test it right there on fucking Brickyard. I'll bring my own. You palom. Never listen to me. It's like the one that you can get from the Brickyard, either the TT02D or like I think they have an M or T TT02 or TT05R. I'm not sure which one the other one is, but it's just like different shells. You just have to like worry about like the chassis itself. I'll also bring extra batteries too, just for the sake of just knowing you, motherfucker. You're a headache and a half. Yeah, you seem to be proud of it. You seem to be proud of it because you're not the one who's like having the headache. I'm just being one. Palom. Eagle size. Oh, it's barbarian skill. Okay. It's barbarian skills. I'm gonna really use it. Like here's the thing, like most of my RC cars are like right now, they're currently in like in storage. You're not even running, and even then they can kick your ass. They're not even running and they're still kicking your ass. Don't understand. Cable managed by a toddler? I'll give you one better. Why the fuck are you a PC with fucking Chinese Galax fucking parts that some motherfucker who thinks they're good at like making PCs ended up like not being able to fucking work anyway? And when you run fucking Monster Hunter Wilds, you look like a fucking polygon motherfucker and you're only compensating it for skill. Absolute palom. That's what you are. The reason why I haven't dropped you yet because you have some sort of skill. But you're a fuck. You know, fucking only tolerate you because you got fucking skill. Jesus fucking Christ, with like at least windmills actually learn. Furo, you and Furo are both annoying as fuck all the goddamn time. Who did you let design my ass? Your ancestry, maybe. I'm only your blueprint. Whoever the fuck the ancestry is. Jesus. Absolute fire. Like the blueprint was perfect, by the way. The blueprint was perfect. I don't understand where you guys motherfuckers got this flaws to begin with. But its uniqueness. Like, okay. Alright. Uniqueness it is. But yeah, just be patient and get like fucking 6 more K. If I were you get 6K. Because like, let's actually go to the brickyard. I'm gonna go to the bridge so that I won't get killed. Let's go to the brickyard. $8K for the Porsche 911. This is a TAORS. This is 4-track. 8K. You got the track version of the BMW 190. This is a TO3, I think. I know it's sold out, but like it's still there in the brickyard. So you got an 8K 911 GT1. This is for like 9K. You have this. You have the 13K all-wheel drive Impreza TT02s Quattros. Again, don't worry about the model if they sold out because it's the one that they have. XV02, this is like the 4-wheel drive, all-wheel drive. I mean, this is a M08. You can't see this, but this is the M08 competition spec chassis. This is the track level XV01TC. This can utilize like 70 to like 103 kilometers per hour speed, if I remember correctly. But you know, it probably will have some like overheating issues. Oh look, 86 TT02. The TRF 104. This is for F1 like vehicles. But I usually just get a TT02 because the TT02 are the one that actually work. Here, get it. Get the Alpine A110. This is an M06. Yeah, get the fucking Alpine A110. It's a 4-wheel drive, I think. 4-wheel drive, or all-wheel drive. Yeah, front and rear dampers for like suspension. This is a 4-wheel drive. This is a 4-wheel drive. It already it can accommodate for a ESC. I think it already have a motor. Well, yeah, here. Making your fucking life harder, Palom. All the goddamn time. I don't know, like just buy an official thing. He lies so that turns out. You know, he lies so that turns out. Why did you fucking ask me all things? Actually, you did ask me, but you didn't ask me the right fucking questions of all things too either. You could physically ask me of the things that you could probably get. Recommend you that, buy that thing. It's, you know, no problem. Just keep going. Understand. Never understand. we go. Personality borderline. Giant sword. One. Personality borderline. Execute. Execute. We have more space now to actually like do the RC car actually. Borderland.
Matter of fact, can I get that pistol grip? I got some bread for you. You got a cash out?
Oh fuck. Oh, kami trade! GTA San Andreas. San Andreas. Oh shit. Stay a while and listen. I need to get to the sewers of the Fakuras. All I need to do is get the heart and get the other things. There's oh my god, there's some mission we did have to get though. If we see that motherfucker, we are gonna get that. Gang. Yeah. Hollow point, Pranapana always sideways. Look at this and fucking round me, you go sky. Not me, my way. Look at the highway, going fastest. Wala pa na kami sa Magoy full tail. You can fuck around with this. Wala pa na pala kami full tail. Ha? Rana. Ito pa na. Kasalo kong kapis. China. Wala pala kami sa bagay. Test follow. Is to the Flayer dungeon. I'm not sure if there's a portal here in the Flayer dungeon. Viper killer. In. Fuck! Nope, the dice! But my love. Thanks, my love. Go in, follow. That's crazy. Two. Greater healing? Is this good? No. Super. I think superior is better than... Superior is better than super? Maybe? Run! Back up. Go. A lot of them. Okay. Back up. Back out. Back up. Hey. More of them. Just to make sure. Ah, fuck. I knew it! I was right. I knew that's gonna happen to me. See? Fucking looking out for that shit. I knew that's gonna happen. I found a TT02 kit for 5k. Okay, you just get that. You just still need... that's why you still need, like, some sort of, like, 8k or something. Because you get 5k, and then you still need a shell for it. That is, like, 1:10. Sikas hollow point. It has a shell already. Fucking there you go. What the fuck are you waiting for? There you go. Wait, hold on. You found a TT0 2 kit for 5k and you still went to the alternative. What? That makes zero sense. You found a TT02 kit for 5k and you went to the more expensive fucking... You went to the more expensive alternative. That makes zero sense. What? They don't just post this after you buy something, right? They've been posting this for quite some time. Oh, there's a flying scimitar. They posted it cheaper recently? It was higher before? Did you not put it on your watch list though? Kinda bizarre. Well, whatever the fuck you're waiting for, just get the TT02.
Berkeley is back.
Oh, Bert.
Yes.
Who the fuck is Bert?
Right, this time, get the fucking TT02. At the very least, in any case scenario, like that's all from factory, and knowing if this like this seller is like true and they're not like they're not a palomalong fucking knockoff or like a false seller. We should have the same parts. That's the idea. We should have the same parts. So the GR Yaris kit then? I don't know what the shell is. All I know is that like, as long as it's a TT02. But mind you, the TT02 is a 4-wheel drive, but you can take out the real diff. The rear diff connection so that you can use just the transaxle itself. It is a GR Yaris cell. Then okay, fantastic. That makes a lot of sense. Fits it very well too. It's a 4-wheel drive, all-wheel drive fucking GR Yaris. And I have a GR86 shell here on my Sakura D5. It makes a lot of sense.
Come on, homie, where are you?
I said go away, Carl. I don't need any friends today. Thank you.
45. Pinapa na kami sa Modest going full tilt column na 45. Okay. Tug.
Man, them some pretty strong draws.
Yes, my hero. Carl, he came back and humiliated me.
Bring the silver on the south. Pinuli me from the master plan. On the cow. Panatap come straight on the cow. Motherfucker, are you talking? Motherfucker, are you fucking talking? What the fuck is Pro doing? Palom. Motherfucker is talking. What the shit is he doing? Is Pro in grid? No, bro, he's in real life. He's talking in real life. This motherfucker talking. Okay. Look at cars. Palong. or shared thing. Motherfucker talking. Hilarious. Ah. 45, 45. So are you mocking like homeland accent? Yes, I am. All the time. Pero pa ako niya kaya sa mga Is this my first RAL? No. RAL. Don. El. West. Sol. Plum. Child. Sol. Is. Tal. El. RAL. Oh, there you go. I got now more perfect diamonds. That's kind of insane. I'm getting more perfect diamonds now. Sure. Oh, hold on. Before we do this, oh, hold on. I'm gonna save. And then exit. I need to do a thing. The assets. You live in the church for the palm of what doubles a real living industry. Ano pa na kami sa mga gadgets? Tama kami sa mga gadgets. Palom the industry. Hold on, guys. I need to like see my. Para pa. Pug. Eh. Huh? Para pa. I need to make a. Hold on. Let me get the thing for this. Paloma. I need to put the thing.
Microwave.
And we finna get ready to blow this chronic set. Biatch.
Pana tam. Oh, nagada rana pana tam. Don't stop it. Rana pana des. Aming sama des. Puno kami sa mga gadgets. Puno kami sa mga gadgets. Ano mga focus kasi guys. Need to find the right one for it. It's the one that's sign. The one for the signs. I know it's not pop. It's the one for the signs, for the fucking. Fucking those are meant for signs. I'm not so sure how the. rips. It's a song. That's not the Discord. It's fucking. This is the song. FYI. If you guys are wondering, that's the fucking song. That's not the Discord. Yeah. Gang. Bo. Yeah. Bo. Oh. Yeah. Bug bug. Dug dug. I need to find like my assets. I need to find the paloma long thing. Where is my assets? That's not the fucking thing, it's just a song. Sorry about that.
Oh shit.
Here we go. It's a nice song, but like it's annoying that they do that. Min-chan? It is Micha. Mincho, there you go, that's the one. Tug, pug, pug. Gang, pwede pa na kami sa mga gang shitters. Pwede pa na kami sa mga gang shitters. Mincho. Really sharp. Tug. I think this is the one that they use. No, it's not. It's like the curve is not right. It's closer to this. I have an extensive library of like fonts and like found it. There you go, found it. Found it. I don't know why it's W4 though. Should be thinner than this. Unless I make it smaller. it's kind of bold, which is like not really what I. Oh, here we go. Yeah. So it was bolded. It's like, okay, why is it bold, Palom? God damn. God damn. Ting ting. Palom, nope. There you go. There you go. There you go. Run up on this. Kami sa mga kami full dealers. Olo mo no no Macau. Run up on this. Kami sa the days. Gang. Yeah? Oh God. Oh God, oh God. Oh God, oh God. Oh, kami-sama. Oh. Ano pa na? Kami-sama, Army. On kami-sama. On kami-sama. Still didn't change though. There you go. There you go. Now that works. It's on yellow. Sick. Hello. Metro. Server na yayaw. Ano ma peril. Tan. Ano metro? I'll be right back. Wait, hold on.
Take it, beat up on blast, bruise, bend and break it, but don't fake it. That's why there's no guilt for these trife niggas.
talk to like you know, the elderly of the house. Because they're kind of like wondering. It's like, hey, pana, like you went to that place and it's kind of expensive. It's like, I know, it's kind of expensive. But like foreigners eat there, so I'm curious what it was. And it was like, hey, next time like bring me there too to see if it's actually worth it. If you're confused if it's worth it or not, bring me there too. It's like, okay. Walong things. Oh yeah, we're gonna do fucking Diablo. Oops. Diablo 3. Diablo to. Pug. Pag. Huh? Yeah? Napa na. Rana pa na. Sipa sa lopot. Pre-late. Onangaw. All the time. There's onakaw. I'm gonna wear my cloak because it's very cold in here. Hey, FK, is it cold in your place? It's fucking raining now. You know, it's my place. Raining. Tapalom. All that time sa lom. Cold out is palom. Yes. Yeah, it's cold now, so I have to like wear my cloak. And yes, guys, I have a cloak. I'm wearing a cloak. I'm wearing a cloak. Kami-sama top wearing palom cloak. What the fuck is you? Are you the palom going to the taste adventuring palom? Nice. Adventuring palom. I should have gotten to run the one in the thing. You know it's coming somewhat sideways this on the rhyming scheme. That's speedo lip. Ay. Speedo lip. Nice. Huh? Rana pa na. Don't be so mermy. Huh? The Flayer jungle quest has been updated. Oh wait, hold on. Below limb up on the neck. Hey. It's so good as it's a Ferrari, not a Pontiac. Oh, and that's Lil Pump. That's fucking Lil Pump, and he sounds like Most Def. That's some fucking gangster shit. What the fuck? I don't know how to act, bro. It's called Ultimate Butterfly Doors. What the fuck? That's literally Lil Pump, but like he does have like literal like Most Def flow. That's gangsta shit. Ultimates. It's literally like Lil Pump flow. That's Pilo Liming. The professor. Gang.
Bitches in my room like I'm John Morant. Fuck a one, send her back. We got guns like Iraq. This bitch trippin', this a Rari, not no Pontiac. These niggas trippin', this ain't walk hard, this a plan to act. My grandma just spilled my double cup, now she getting smacked. I took a bean in the morning.
It's Tesla.
4 p.m. at night and I'm so doing slack. I got junkies at my door, they asking me for crack.
On the bench, drank a pint before it was noon. Doing donuts in a scat, this is not a cool. If I up it on a nigga, bitch, I'm finna shoot. Back to yard, in the driveway, fucking top the roof. I'm on a bean, yeah.
I'm gonna put on yeah, yeah. Yeah. Actually, the same thing was the clean, yeah. So the bitch of what if well was with the feed, yeah. Good job.
Butterfly doors go up on a Tesla. Send that bitch back in the Greyhound, she's an extra. Teach her ass a lesson, little pump, the professor. Buddy wore a vest, but we shoot from the neck.
I sent him a bitch, he ain't know it was a setup. White chalk yellow tape, he went home on a stretcher. Woke up in the morning, got a Draco on my dresser. She gon' eat the dick, deep throat the dick, I'm in her neck.
Hair. Yeah, that's Butterfly Doors by Ultimates, but the song originally is by Dead Star or like Lil Pump and Smoke Perps Tesla. I still like it though because it's fucking crazy. Why am I fucking going full sideways like that? Payo days. Besa.
Buddy wore a vest, but we shoot
From the neck. Oh.
I sent him a bitch, he ain't know it was a setup. White chalk yellow tape, he went home on a stretcher. Woke up in the morning, got a Draco on my dresser. She gon' eat the dick, deep throat the dick, I'm in her neck.
bitches in my room like I'm John Morant. Fuck a one, send her back. We got guns like Iraq.
Just be tripping. This is a Rari, not a Pontiac. Speed of tripping, go to court, got to buy the act. You gotta just get smacked. Took a beat in the morning and I don't know how to act. This. Gang.
Drank a pint before it was noon. Doing donuts in a scat, this is not a cool. If I up it on a nigga, bitch, I'm finna shoot. Back to yard, in the driveway, fucking top the roof. I'm on a bean, yeah.
Gotta go to the beat, yeah.
Dirty money, blood money,
Go to
gotta get
the beat,
clean,
yeah. Actually, I say go to the air, go to the beat, yeah. Told the bitch to go to love in the feed, yeah. Hilarious. Huh?
Send that bitch back in the Greyhound, she's an extra. Teach her ass a lesson, little pump, the professor. Buddy wore a vest, but we shoot from
The neck.
I sent him a bitch, he ain't know it was a setup. White chalk yellow tape, he went home on a stretcher.
Yeah.
Woke up in the morning, got a Draco on my dresser. She gon' eat the dick, deep throat the dick, I'm in her neck.
That Joe staff are like 30k all the time. Consistently all the time. The dick we could the neck. Oh, oh shit, that's strong. Surround sound. Look at this palo. Look at me now. You know, Tom, spilo him around. All the time. Fuck with now. Guys, ito. Ay, pinapala kami sa mga guys. Ang sabang ko yung puti sa. Oh, there's my sideways. With my double car. Super salo po. Percent late. On and go. On and go. Sa crow. Flying around. Barb shield. Walking around. You know, going to town. May summer tongue coming straight. Underground. Kasalo po. Alam po, there's kabisa mo, there's guys. Guys here. No pada thump on the straight on a go. Ano naman yung makatay? Oh, baby mo. Kada ba, baby? Ano naman nakatay? All the times. I see the Neko par. Neko par. On and go. Sika salo pon pre-select number on and go. Player jungle. Player jungle. Doom poison. Ano pa ito? Wala ba na killer riders? Ako na mag-killer. Gang. Yeah. Saturn, Moon, Moon, and Mars. Failure level kind of cock. It's a rocket. Gang. A ring. Yeah. You might explode though. Purple Kush, Bilo Liming, Shower Diesel, all I see. Lilo. Taste. Thump. Oh fuck, that's a lot of motherfucking me right there. The thing, that population kinda destroy me then. Like they're getting us to buy the number. What the fuck is that thing? Why is that palo? Is that the fucking pillow? Living unique? Is that better though? 3% defense on the tank. King's palo. Venom ward. It's not enough.
What, being apathetic? Yeah. Sure. Why? Why? Because we sleep too much.
Angelic halo. Angelic wings. Angelic mantle. Angelic sickle. What's an angelic set? Wait, if I equip this, do I actually have a halo? I don't. I don't.
I'm even eating vermicelli on the speedboat, or in the deli dressed down, blowing on weed smoke. Grind to tradition, bumping on some new edition. No true religions, it's unholy how I'm living with my tube sauce and shorts at the dinner table. Hair back like Clark Gable, I'm still coming through drunk as fuck. I'm in denial that I'm unstable. Man, my life is like a fable. Tube socks and shorts at the dinner table. Hair back like Clark Gable.
Oh shit. Winged nightmare.
In the black house, still the max out, pull the mask down, the mask I still keep with bitches out with money or with cash shots. Good, had room for one more, I got the last spot. Re-up gang, see the 50 hit it, the jackpot, hold another level. You had things, a whole for the devil. The deep drug dealer, it's a whole for the vessel. The carbon audubon, it's a whole for the metal. But still get up. Behind the scenes, full strings at your pedal. The gun blows steam, whistle like a tea kettle. Running like the rebels. You and LB sports shoot on the pedal. I let you niggas settle.
My rep said get him, so I got him. Tripped him, hey, then I accidentally shot him. Then it ricocheted to the game. Mama probably wanna fuck the world, not a fan using guns. Hard like break, going hard like my vision like shit for the bitch. This flip shit been tripping since I hit your repertoire. Triceratops, dinosaur dick. I feel it in my gut. To kill these motherfuckers is a must like the arm of my kids. Niggas coming shorter than a bush with Billy costume. Doing Christmas in Philly. Well, not really. It's getting kinda chilly.
Got it.
Let's hit a couple bars. Get some bitches wet really. So getting jiggy with it and Bel Air's riches. With a bag of pills, couple berries and a biscuit.
This is fucking coughing thump. Why don't we so yolos? Cause I'm fucking around, this is fucking around, I'm gone.
Listen up, bro. I'ma let you know. Fuck it when I spit, so body blows. Why? Every line is powerful enough, and now that you stuck, next time you know knowledge to fuck down, still around. We ain't going nowhere.
The fucking palom gloom on this thing. Oh Macau, have to avoid them. Guys, look at that when this motherfucker strike down. Look at this palom fucking ray gun. Thanks. All the time, things. Look at this palom fucking killing all this rating. ng palom. Look at this thing. Oh, that times. Kami-sama always pinulimig. Sideways. Cause I'm fucking around. I'm gagagon. Yolos. One, two, three. You're living with me. I just need some more. If I can allow myself to just let it fucking run more. Oh my god. Right up and down with just universal you don't have. I just need go for fucking some reason we don't have. I don't know where can we get that malom. Look at this. With that. Pilomilo. So on that. Rana. Pana. We still need more angelic parts. Kami-sama. Shower diesel, pillow, living days. Smoke that seat. Even ate in the morning, I will smoke you, bitch. Gang seat. Come on, son. Come on, son. Come on, son. Almost. No, almost. We just have to get that thing. Paloma. Wala pang kami sa bahay. That's dude. He will probably fucking explode when he dies on that thing. Sour stone. Cleaver. Doesn't matter, they just die. We just have to get the cleaver and the juice up. Oh my, look at this thing. What could this be possibly this way? It's a demon spitter. Isn't even better than we get that thing out. Only 46. Only 46. Paloma, that's just it. 50 sharon. 56. Paloma, that's just that. 56. Mona Hunt. Dump. Okay. Get that thing, Malo, when you smoke that thing. Oh my god, what the fuck was that? You can see that shit, they just keep on firing the motherfucker fucking laser days all the time. What the fuck we gonna do? This motherfucker fucking scary when they damage through. Oh, see, just summon that motherfucker right there. Talking the guys. Oh shit.
Yo, it's so much that I get paid. Peace to all the DJs who gave me love on they mixtapes. And once again, the man's back with a dance track. So here's your chance, Jack, to get loose and let your hands clap. I got juice like Goku. Mad moves I broke through. Brothers be mad 'cause I hit more chicks than they spoke to. And every time I'm jammed, I always find a loophole. I got a crime record longer than my new phone. And my raps are unbelievable. Like aliens and flying saucers. No more iron horses 'cause I'm flying fortress. Come straight out the NYC. Peace to the Kid Capri. I'm MVP. And rap was the game. I'll be MVP.
MIC.
And rap was the game. I'll be MVP. Rap was the game. I'll be MVP.
Sounds like I know the origin songs of these. The one they get sampled from. That's Miguel, by the way.
Battles I lose none, I make crews run, I get fools done. Got 10 fingers, but only use one. I run up like Machine Gun Kelly with a black skelly. Put one in your belly, leave you smelly, then take your pelly. I'm the neighborhood lamper.
It's now like offbeat.
And nowadays girls want you for your money. I'm like, have I got nothing but love for you, honey? And since I'm looking slick, yeah, my practice is thick. I need surgery to get chicks produced from my. I'm coming straight out the NYC. Rap my J.O. Creek. I'm MVP. If rap was the game, I'll be MVP. If rap was the game, I'll be MVP.
Motherfucker here. Alone. Stop here. There's. At it again. Running again. I'm running again. Flipping it again, guys. Ano pa na days? Running it again. Running it again. Hey. At it again. That's my no. That's my sideways type. Thump 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 thump. La 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 la. At it again. Run it again. Run it again. Hi. Big body beach. She usually don't do this, but she's at it again. At it again. Oh, see, run up on this. Say she usually don't do this, but she at it again. At it again. At it again. Pana tampes. Kami sama tan onaga looking sideways this. All the time, feel no living this. Fuck it all the time, we gon' win in this. Kaya pa na kami sa mga going for hotel now. Oh please, now. Go to tripping down, eh. Like Tony Hawk, motherfucker, I'm flipping out, eh. Good day, stay like Lamont, I'm crashing out. Kami sa mga road together. My mind, my mind. Malom, malom. Good day, good day, good day. Stay a while and listen, listen. R-A-N-A, run up and now go away, so sideways days, sideways days. Run up and now, at it again. Run up and now, at it again, at it again.
So why not drink to that of a human being? Eh, Carl? Why not?
Burn it up. Gonna burn him up. Burn him up. People living around and run up on up when I burn it up. Burn it up. Burn too. I'll burn it. Burn him up. Burn him up. Kri kri. Des. Tan. This goes down on you. Hey. Down. This go down on you. Hey. Hi. Hindi pa kami siya magkakasawan. Wala pa din. Kami sa this. Hi! Kami sa this. We going tampo all the time. All the time. Because hello for appreciate. For the OP lolip. Yeah, ganda pa na kami sa mga guys. Slime Prince. Slime Prince? He says. I just need to cross to cross until I find a place so I can move the freedom. Oh my god, there are many of them. Holy fuck, there's many of them. Can't wait to solve some of them. Storm tree. Let's see if I can just shoot him from the side until he chooses to target. Now we going. We're gonna ride this. We're not gonna top this. Maybe this the end. This the follow entrance there. Follow my entrance there. No, but the entrance there. Hey, look at the ballon. They are running around. Three, look at the name. You know how we go killing them now. Keep running upon this. Look at this thing. Going around town. Look at this thing. The motherfucker. Now we empty it out. Empty him out. Look at them emptying him out. Hey. I long just empty him out. Hey. Goes to like empty him out. This Zakarumite. This not to be confused with the Spalomon Viltromite. This those are all my side. This do this skin every day. Do this every day, eh? Look at up, I know, things be going my way, eh? I keep forgetting to do this thing when I go around, preparing all of my things, going around. Sometimes it's not going sound, eh? Just sit ammo around. Look at this thing, follow enemy round. Fucking fighting some of people against. I fire this all these things. Hi. Look at this follow we sent him. Hi. All the times we do this station. Right. You just have to go around and see the underground point. I don't even understand where is the underground point. All I see is just a coin on the ground. We just gonna have to pick on some. Hit the motherfucker in his loins. You're the one from my loins. He says. That's what fucking saying. King says. Hey, Blibble. You are the one from my loins. Fucking Uriel Septim. This fucking says that through Shanbin. This. Nothing to do with each other. Damn. Hold on. Why is there two of them? $30K. Yeah? Hi. Let's see. Borat Bazaar, what we make to you to find out alone. It's underground. We have to figure it up and how just to go when there's no motherfuckers and you just have to fuck with this below limit motherfucker zone. Hey. All the time I love all these motherfuckers say hell's swallows in my home. Oh my god, look at this, we just blast them within the cold fall. Finally, I don't look at this thing. Getting old. Sexton. Her name is Sexton? Damn. Well, Sexton. There's a lot of sex. Done. Sanders Rip Rap. Sanders Rip Rap. I have it. Bizarrely, this is better, huh? Why? Defense plus 6, okay. Sure, I'll take it. It's just a better Sanders. Imaginary smoke. How it sounds. It's a different person. All I need to do is just heal this. Hey. We have to teleport back. Gonna find this going teleport back. Cause I have to locate and report back. Hey. Cause you know I can buy you. That's my retort back. Guys. Yeah? Then. Yeah? Then. Yeah? Then. Mauler is his name. And fighting the bear got his molar on his face. Okay. This in the face. Go. Just blood in the place. Ayy. The blood streak palom street on the place. Fucking throw the motherfucker to the waves. Side this. Look at this is in my left side. Every motherfucker gonna cross me now. They're dead side. They just ain't the dead inside. Kill the motherfucker. 1, 2, bitch down. Yeah, they tried. Good gang. Yeah, I need the portal this. I need the portal this. Teleport on this place. There's a teleport in lower Koras. I still don't have that place. Hey, right out my gates. Right out my gates. Right out my gates. Put whatchamacallit this. Hilarious lyrics. Pull up in the whatchamacallit guys.
French waltz, she said she like the voice, and I'm like, which one? I got 200. Yes, let's go. Other crib, that's my AKA. Hurricane, proof on a few shit like, hey, baby. Ass got passport, got tattoo, slim, nigga, big dick, with a fucking gap tooth, the way it be. Call me Mr. Always hot shit you never seen. In that mansion, living
Lower Koras is like really far. Knowing that's gonna explode. Oh shit, scale man. Poison length, reduce damage, fire resist, lightning resist. Oh no, this trash. Fucking trash. Ito pa yung pinulim ng fucking trash. This. Tree dash. Is there anything we can do? This pa yung... up, olay. Fresh. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Malong thing. Malong thing. There you go. That's the one. That's the one. I was like looking for that. Oh yeah. There you go. That one. Like I was looking for that. Good. Drop them in the river, gonna face everyone's gonna get lost out. Don't fuck around. I'm gonna para kami sa mada say walk around now. Ito motherfuckers left, right, up, down. I Sock, everything is the name. All the time, expose it on his name. Okay. Right up, paradise. I'm just gonna look around. I'm gonna see if there's any bears around. This is not enemy bears my own. I just have to find some enemies of my own. Like this. Look at this. That's who's here. Motherfucker never. That's very clear. Never mind. No wonder why they're clear. Palomalang fucking made of skeletons. Oh dear. Look at this. Oh, drop the claw. Battle lacks to the things this go. Maybe we can find out more loot here though. Or rather fucking agent in the fucking zone. That any good? That any good? Run up and then forget that thing that you see if it's gonna drop in any good. Gonna see if it's the thing would it good. Maybe it's a thing on the good boot. Hey, hit them up, pop a stack on the good boot. Partisan. Just teleport right there. Let's do something there. Follow my lumber. Hit them there. Hit them there. Hit them there. Hit them motherfuckers are everywhere. Don't get you in go on to the side. Better just put it in the bridge. That's it. Okay. Just the usual thing. Follow my long. Fucking usual things. Okay. All the times. All the times. Follow my long things. Follow days. All the time. We have to just sell these. We don't have any use for these. Is the ring just that any good? No. Never fuck that, just some fucking loot. Oh, there's more jewels in this kuras. But we're gonna have to do this thing in my gonna see if it's in any good. This. Let's see if that's any fucking good. This. Good. This. Sipping the season. That is just some gold. I couldn't care less because we get money though from the items that we sell. The NPCs. Oh my god, Deck Arcade. Oh my god, Deck Arcade, you fucking serious? Hey, kill the motherfucker, put him to cities. Hey. Drop the motherfucker in the river, then they're gonna have to send their body to the cities. Hey. Now I just have to get the mortar. Yes. Back to the sewer. Back to the sewer. I get that things. Actually, here, go. It's a whole ass maze, this thing. Grand charm, small charm, amethyst. What is a grand charm? That's a small charm. Dex. Well, ain't that great. All that things, absolutely nothing containing. Don't need that. Don't need that. What's up, guys? We're playing double to. We're in Kuras now. We're actually in like Kuras Central, which is fantastic. You know where you are in Diablo 4. We also need to find the brain. No, the heart in here. So why would his heart be in the sewers? That's other thing that I have to like figure out. Like why? That's kind of bizarre. There has to be some sort of innate like double meaning on that one. His heart is in the sewers. Is he a bad person? Bro, I watch you play WoW so much, I'm getting the damn thing on my feed. like WoW tips and tricks on how to do things. Tips and tricks on how to do the Pino living. Wait, how does like YouTube know? How does this YouTube know that what the content is? Because I don't put I don't put like things on it. No, wow, Twitch streamers. Oh. Oh. Sorry. And they're all playing Midnight, right? They're all playing retail or classic. They're playing classic Cataclysm. Yeah. Hilarious. Don't worry, next time you're gonna be seeing like more Diablo 2 streamers. We heard that you like to do this thing. Maybe you need to see more of the similar thing. So to say, kasi if that's YouTube, like how the fuck does YouTube know my content? You know, the last thing they need to hear is like Palomalom, like DMCA thump for whatever the hell music I'm playing. It's like, oh, it's on Twitch. Like, oh. Oh shit. I get clipped by one attack. It's like 90% fucking damage. What the hell? My recommended goes down from WoW Midnight just chatting Diablo to the Diablo 4 and top. Hilarity. It's literally what I play. That's so funny. It's literally just anything I play. Now, granted, because, you know, the AI or like the recommendation, the algorithm, it's like, we heard that, like, we know that, like, you're doing this thing. Would you like to see more of this thing? Like, I mean, Forza my fifth. Again, coming from a person who doesn't want to drive. Recommendation? Racing game. So funny. How are you guys? What's up? Even that today. Running out of potion. Jared Stone. What do you mean you can? Oh fuck, we don't have. Oh shit. We don't have teleportation, shit. I mean, I like racing games, not just a type of... I'm just not the type to drive. Ah, that's true. Okay, we have a bigger problem, guys. So, we don't have teleportation portals. We don't have teleportation portals and we don't have healing portals. Yes! Yes! Oh my god, yes! I was like, oh, there's no teleportation portal. We're fucking screwed, bro. Nope. Sampalom, drop one! That's here. I'm so sure that like we're gonna get screwed. I'm so sure. Yet here we are. Oh, I can combine that. Amethyst. Chip. What the fuck? Diablo 4 is getting a crossover with Overwatch? Oh yeah, they do. Right now they do, but like, what is the... Who is the characters? If it's Tracer, Odiva, and Mercy, you know exactly why. Literal gooner bait. It'd be so funny if I'm like dead on, right? It's like Mercy, Diva, and fucking Tracer. No, Mercy, Diva, and Widowmaker. How about that? Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you, yesterday, Ghost, you weren't around. I finally tried like French vanilla. That was something. Oh shit, that was something. I never tasted anything like it. It's very, I don't know if it's coffee still or they put it in coffee, but I finally tasted like French vanilla. It was great. It's nothing that I tasted before. It's definitely new. Definitely a new thing. New thing. It's nice. A bit of French vanilla. Nice. Good day. Good day. Walk, 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 walk. Okay. I see Reaper, Reinhardt, Roadhog, Mercy, Kimiko, Moira, and Genji. But Kimiko is a assassin though. Moira is probably a warlock or not necromancy. Genji? Kimiko's a damn healer. And Mercy? Paladin? Then what makes Reinhardt? Warrior? What? No, like she's a rogue, right? Cause like the daggers and shit. Cause they say that Kimiko's a damn healer. Yeah, so does Mercy. So the what? There's two like healer class in Diablo now? Bridget. Oh, wait, okay, that makes zero sense. Who the fuck are... I'm probably gonna have to open like Diablo 4 just for the sake of like seeing what the fuck is going on. That makes zero sense. Bridget is the paladin, then what makes Reinhardt? That's probably Roadhog is probably a shaman. Excuse me. Or a druid. Since she has a mason shield. Yeah, wait. Hold on. Protect me, homies. Yeah, I'm actually opening Diablo 4 while I have this. Because I'm confused. I'm confused what's the build? What's the makeup of this? Crazy pull from Google homepage. You know, fuck that. I'm gonna see it for myself. If they put in StarCraft, that was so funny. Like, what does this have to do? Again, they also put fucking Overwatch, where there's no point saying what does it have to do. It's a Blizzard fucking game. I'll have the crossover for that shit. StarCraft, probably the next one. We'll also probably like give another like life to StarCraft, because like it's been a while since it has any traction whatsoever. Seeing Roadhog not fat, kinda eerie though. The fuck do you mean he's not fat? It makes zero sense. That's just literally this entire thing. Totem of Ursus, Singe of Wrath. Oh look, Foul Reaper, it's Frey. Name. Got a scythe now, nice. Mega Bondor. Don't see it yet. They made him look chopped up, crazy wording, but it doesn't look fat. Oh, it's like dad bod. Also, where is it? Not here. Unless it's just like the next thing. Oh, coming out the new season. Okay, hold on. I guess I should have just pulled out the fucking website. Huh? What happened? Okay, I was about to say, it's like, what the fuck happened? Season of Death Awakening, is that the one? Overwatch? Diablo 4 Overwatch collab. Here we go. Yeah, that's kind of bizarre. Diablo 4 Death Awakening. Okay. Seasonal lair boss. You also get the Kimiko Spirit Fox. Oh. I guess. Oh my god. They fucking change shit. Okay, I'm just relying from the picture, right? The picture is practically this. So apparently the spirit Paloma Miss Kimiko, also she lost her tits. Meanwhile, what is Mercy? What the fuck is Mercy? Roadhog is definitely a shaman. Definitely a shaman. Also, Bridget looks fucking weird. Kimiko's the blue spirit born. I think that's the name. Yeah, the spirit glaive bullshit. What the fuck is Mercy? Cause this is a paladin. Who's a mage? I guess it's a warrior. Reaper's a necromancer. That's a what do you call that? Like the hunter dude, whatever the fuck it's called. Yeah, let's put guns in fucking Diablo 4. So dumb. Rogue. I don't know. I don't care, bro. I don't care about the fucking Paloma thing. That's so sideways. It's so underwhelming. Like Overwatch thing, it's like, okay, just put the sex in it. Nope, it's literally for like Diablo. That's literally what it's for. Nope, no sex apparently. I was like, fuck. I don't even know what to do with you, Bliss. That's the reason why your fucking Overwatch like sold so much. It's because of the like the sexy characters. Now you just turn this into like, you know, DEI bullshit. It's like, but it's supposed to look realistic on the face. Like, bro, like why? If the first thing that they're gonna fucking say is that like, oh, it doesn't fit the aesthetic of Diablo 4, it's like, motherfucker, why is Doom guy here? And second off, why the fuck is Overwatch here? That doesn't fit the aesthetic. It's fucking sideways. Just put the sex in. Like, this is the first time I saw Kimiko so flat, bro. I never seen Kimiko so fucking flat. That woman has like size fucking like size like C or size D breast. Maybe size C. But a very pronounced breast and it's like flat as well. Like, what the hell is this shit? Okay. Doom guy fits as the Doom guy fits the aesthetic, yeah. Okay, now Overwatch though. I'm so surprised. Doom guy fits the aesthetic, but the technology doesn't fit. Because why the fuck do you have like laser fucking like holographic shit on like a medieval fantasy thing? Granted, this has magic, but the other one is like cybernetics. Two completely different things. Right? It's just like if they're gonna jump the shark, right? We call it jump the shark. If they're gonna jump the shark at that point, why did they not put like the sexy fucking characters in Overwatch? Like have mercy, like thick thighs and large titties. What the fuck? All we get is just palom. That's what we get. Actually, like, the energy shit came from the demon. Yeah, but it's still holographic though. The technology, like, they have computing. They have holographics, they have computing, they have like what? Let's say like advanced forge, advanced metallurgy and forge. Right? Even though like it came from demons, I understand that, but the fact they still have that technology, for fuck's sake, they have like circuitry in like they have actual circuitry in Doom. Fucking Diablo definitely doesn't fit that thing, despite it being like all demons, right? Oh, because it's like it's usurped from the demon technology. Like still the same thing. It still has circuitry. We don't have circuitry in this fucking game. We have magic. That's what we got. Crust Bazaar. This is different. That's ours under Crust Bazaar. Okay, I think we have the teleporter here. Wait, why am I running at 30 FPS? 40 FPS. Fucking Diablo ruined my performance, bro. What the fuck? Diablo ruined my performance. What the shit? Now when I'm playing it, it's like 46 FPS. When I alt tab, it's 60 FPS. Why the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? Why is that the case? I'm not thermal throttling. They just Diablo demons that made in their way to the skill tree. OG. I guess. Fine, I'll put it that way. Yeah, sure. But now we like, you know, not you Ghost, but like Blizzard, explain why the fuck we have like circuitry technology in as Overwatch characters. Right? Fuck. And then like, but now they're gonna put in StarCraft characters in the tag. Like, okay. Probably they already did a long time ago. Maybe they already did. I just missed it. I mean, you did put up Diablo upon Diablo. Yeah, but I closed it. Now it's still Palom. Like, I don't have Diablo 4 in the background. Obviously, the restart, I guess. I'm not gonna restart though. I refuse. Let the motherfucking computer suffer. Una akpalom, there you go. This axe is so strong, bro. Look at that. What the fuck? Where is the goddamn... Where's the goddamn, like, thing? Attacker takes 3 damage. What the hell? Where's the thing? Search for the heart. Search for Kalimstar on the sewers underneath the Kuras Bazaar. What the fuck, bro?
Never forget that your ultimate purpose here in Kurast is to destroy Mephisto. The ancient Horadrim imprisoned the Lord of Hatred inside the Guardian Tower that is located within the temple city of Travancore. Know this, friend. The only way to gain entry to Mephisto's prison is to destroy the artifact known as the Compelling Orb. Mephisto used this device to control the Zakarum priests and their followers. The orb can only be destroyed with an ancient flail imbued with the spirit of the one incorruptible priest. Soon after his imprisonment.
Yeah, so it's around here, but for some reason it's still not here. What the shit? Okay, we'll go to the east side of the sewers. Maybe we'll find the heart. By now we should be able to find that thing. I'm so confused. That's the Kuras Bazaar. I assume it's probably in the center. It has to be. Because this makes 0 sense. You would think by now we could have like we could have found we could have found the heart. Oh, not here. By the way, shout out to Sharon. Fucking expensive gold digger, but like she's really good at her job. Expensive ass gold digger, but like she's really good at her job. It has to be somewhere around here. Enemies normally mean enemies normally mean like enemy. Like I mean no shit. But also enemies normally mean like the direction is right. Enemies normally mean enemies, right guys? Bro, this heart, I don't even know where the fuck this is. You would think the heart would be around here somewhere. Lo and behold, it's not. too. It has to be here. Where the fuck is that fucking thing? I should have found it by now. Yes, more run speed. This actually helps a lot. Oh, nice. Bro, we should have found it by now. Where is it? This motherfucker, like, fake news? I've explored the sewers. Do I need to go to another sewers? Upper Kurast. I think I need to go to another sewers. Unless that's the road to the sewers. That's a shrine. That's not a thing. Shit. Where the hell is this thing? Either. Okay, I'm genuinely confused. And it's the Kuras Bazaar, it's not the sewers.
I can't.
Shit, my bag is getting filled. And I still haven't found a teleporter yet. That or just use the teleporter here in Kurast.
Hello.
Hello.
Greetings.
Garados.
Greetings.
Okay, we have to sell all these. Thankfully, we got a lot more, gems and jewels. Hold on, let me restart the game. Let me restart the game. Like, apparently didn't like it. It didn't like it. Anyway, yeah, yata! Yeah, Barto! Nope, it's still terrible, so I assume I need to restart my PC. So the longest I can possibly run this thing is up to 10 days. I have to consistently like run this PC for up to 10 days. And then it starts to like give performance bullshit like this. So I'm not overheating. It's just like the performance is paloming. See how good she is? Look at that. Got Widow, the slasher. No, 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 no! Kill her right there! Kill her there! They have to kill her right there. I mean, kill him right there. Fuck. Oh, for that shit, bro. Get out of the way. Get out of the fucking way. I hate that, actually. Port ruin. Large charm. Yes! So I didn't die on the water. That's good. Because if this motherfucker died on the water, I'm so gonna be mad. Yeah, okay, anyway. Where the hell? What's up, Bancho? Kabinashi. Bro, where is this place? Oh fuck. Or as you can see, my performance in the game is terrible.
Yes?
I'm not overheating though. I guess like the maximum resistance of my game is just had dinner, nice. The maximum resistance of my game is like I mean my PC is 10 days active before it starts to chug fantastically. Buckwheat noodles. Somen? No. So, okay, so it is somen. But not wet, it's just cold. Somen. Soba. Yes, somen. Soba. Ramen. You know. Yeah, my PC is tanking, bro. I wanna restart my PC. I wanna restart my PC, but like... my performance is paloming. Holy fuck, like the PC doesn't like it. Unless I still have Diablo 4 running in the background. It doesn't like it, bro. Steam client helper. Yeah, it physically doesn't like it. That's odd. Why is my GPU running way too high? Like the demand from my GPU is way too high all of a sudden. It's just OBS and Diablo 2. Huh? Why? Why are you taking so much GPU? You're just Diablo, bro. What the fuck? How about my RAM? Is my RAM okay? No, it probably want me to restart because like I activated Diablo 2 earlier. Diablo 4 earlier. It's like running terribly now. For some reason my GPU is 99.9%. We'll play it like the thing, so we don't feel the lag. It's a lot fucking darker. Okay, good. It didn't die on the... Nice. At least it didn't die on the water. Legion Watcher. authentic Diablo 2 experience. Burnt wand. I thought it was Borat one. I thought it was like Borat wand. Burnt wand. Ah yes, my Borat wand. God damn it. You'd think it's gonna be here. Where the fuck is it? That's so crazy. We have to be close, bro. We have to be close. Cause it's getting ridiculous. %5 getting magic items. Better. Bro. We have to be closer, bro. There has to be a way to find out that if we're closer or not. Because this makes zero sense. Why can't we find the goddamn heart?
Good day.
Excuse me. You know what? I'm just gonna like I'm not gonna like transform it yet because we're probably gonna need it. What I definitely want to do is to like restart the PC because apparently it's like really piluliming around.
Yes.
So let's do that. So I'll be right back. I'm gonna go like restart the PC. Okay, hold on.